by the blood of martyrs.
Alright, good day. Been a while, over a month in fact. Last time, when I went through there, I had a bug. Which meant I needed to stop. I have tested it, apparently it works, so I guess it was just a one-off last time. I didn't have time to play a whole lot. Because I was busy on weekends. Rogue Trader has never seen an antle of such size before, but the most disturbing thing about it is a xenoskeleton tied to the antle with bonds made from some unknown material. The curry weapon struck at the corpse is the only detail can point to the perpetrator. Being eaten by ants is a horrific torture. It makes the blade and back seem like an act of mercy. Most uncharacteristic gesture for this race. So, only one way forward? Have I been here? Yeah, there was a combat. I did that combat.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Stupid Lost Forest shit here. Rich flora of the forest at times staggers the imagination. Among the trees covered in ivy and moss, the rogue trader notices a spiraling pattern of small white lumps on one of the tree trunks. Someone has cut the bark, causing the milky sap to flow down to the damaged parts of the tree, harden from the heat and turn into uneven rubbery cocoons. I have been here before, just a second ago. Decayed recurring remains rest amid the forest of Queza Temer along with his world's sorrowful past. Just running around in circles. The forest hike lasts an entire day. In the golden rays of dusk, the rogue trader sees a small hill crowned with an aquila, double-headed eagle totem made from the plasteel and rock-creek components of an ancient ship. The foot of the hill provides a much less scenic view, however, so the straight brown from all the flesh smeared upon it, contrasted only by the white specks of bone shards mixed into dried blood mass. This is where they set up camp earlier. Let's go that direction. This over here is where I found them, so that's probably not it. The irresistibly sweet aroma of fruit teases the rogue trader's olfactory senses, especially whatever. This is we've been here as well. And then I think it doesn't really matter which direction you go. Also, this is just way too many people. Wait, there was no loading screen here. We are back at the battle scene. Over here. Not a lot happening here. I think we got all the combats. Oh, fine. Perfect. But I think we now also go through... There was another thing we wanted to do on this planet, I'm pretty sure. Or Caligus wanted to do on the planet. Everything happened just as speaks with the gods foresaw. The starborn are back, and with them enough of your bleeding, O hag. Her your speech offends me. It makes me want to cut out your tongue. I'm sick and tired of aimlessly trudging through the woods, old man. I'm a hunter, and without a quarry I turn into quite the beast. Speaks with gods as they conduct the ritual, O starborn. The heart of the forest is calling out to me, so let this priest serve his gods not in word but in deed. Is he actually a psyker? I thought he just presses the buttons in the correct order. It is done. This good for nothing psycho has certainly proved himself useful. And then have a good night's sleep and enjoy the local delicacies. The only thing about Queza is that the fruit here is sweet and collects in honey and more tender meat of young rocks. You should get some rest as well, Liam, and remember, it's better go hunting when you're full of vigor, but slightly hungry. The hunger adds acuity, makes a kill more intoxicating, you know. Let me know when you're ready to boat. No, if you desire to share a few stories, then come to the bonfire. It's not often that two rogue traders can indulge in confidences away from prying ears.
You are in the presence of House Orcelio.
Leads ahead to all of the forest, so Woolton is the arch-militant. What bonfire? I mean, they have dumpster fires, but that's probably about it. Can I talk with these guys? I don't think so. Right. None. Let's talk with them then. Nice walk that, wasn't it? You may have hoped to navigate the living forest's clutches badly, but don't let it go to your head. I would have managed by myself sooner or later. Sooner or later. Right, some questions. One day you will grow sick of all talking, and then you will choose... You too will choose shooting Xenos on a wild planet over endless intrigue. Fine, we have plenty of time. So be it. I will give you a private audience. If the children knew how close-knit we had become, she would surely brand us conspirators. Yeah. So, Jorda doesn't really exist anymore. Let's discuss the Eldari problem. You care about them that much, New Blood? Then go ahead and try to convince me that the Valzino scum deserve the mercy of Caligas Unscared. I know. But remember, you only get one chance to try. The Winter Scale I've heard of would have never thrown this protector to Churta so easily. Testing the boundaries, are we, Liam? I like your boldness, but you shouldn't stick your head so far into the beast's throat. I shall consider your words as, and that is all I shall promise. Yeah, stop calling me New Blood. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Run around for a couple of decades, New Blood, and let us get used to you. It's not often that we have a fresh new rogue trader in our circle. Right, I hear I've decided to oppose both the Lord Inquisitor and the Churta dynasty. Avoid crack and mate them both for all I care. Acting this of a war on heresy and the expense is just starting. Ha! I've been living in for decades. I don't need an inquisitorial preacher, and I certainly don't need Incendia's goodwill. Right, tell me about Queza. The inquirers are curious to be sure. Queza is a planet with a rather dreary backstory. A long time ago, it supplied my great-grandfather with tons of succulent fruit and thousands of cargo containers filled with a special building fiber processed from the local forests. The population all lived in large cities, a safe distance away from the tangled paths and trees. Then its quiet life was dashed by Xenos raids. They burned down the cities and shackled their people faster than our ships could help. In the end, the local governor ran away, leaving the remaining people at the beast's mercy. And the people in turn fled the big cities that attracted the Xenos. And it's out of forest that the rebel fleet became their salvation. The planet fell into decay, there was no one to populate the cities, and there was no one to extract resources. Quetzalcoatl expected 3 new arcs filled with settlers to arrive from the Imperium, but in 500 years not one of them has reached the expanse. How did you survive in the forest all this time? The forests of Quetzalcoatl are not like the jungles of Karakan, New Blood. Is it Karakan or Karachan? The only thing that could kill you here is your own stupidity, or an unfortunate coincidence in the form of a stray Xenos or a predator, rainwater for breakfast, nutritious larvae for lunch, and fermented fruit in the place of wine for supper. One couldn't wish for better hunting grounds. Heligas laughs, then falls silent, evidently unwilling to share the details. I have noticed that you people look utterly woebegone while you do not have a single scratch on you. That means that my people are weaklings, and I shall have changed it soon. As for me, I've been of stout constitution since the day I was born. First, Caligos shrugs his shoulders indifferently, but after looking close at his companions, he raises his brows in surprise. It seems that the rook trader just realized the validity of your words. Right, I saw the corpse of his son for his camp. The old man was a weakling, and that is why he's dead. That's what happens when you can no longer fulfill your duty to your master. Wharton grins in contempt, his entire being expressing his disdain for the seneschal. Caligos carries himself with an air of indifference, but a sudden froze on his forehead betrays regret. Many fine warriors have perished on this hunt. Raise a toast to them when you can. Right, it's time to go see Larry. It's about time indeed, Liam. It may take a while to find the trail, but Wharton here has a keen eye, and this sense of smell can rival any old dog. We'll do just fine, especially with the forest being on our side now. Let's go and try not to fall behind. Forest on our side now. Well, I hope that's true. Speaks with gods is still there. Abelard is still fatigued. Right. Yeah, this is a completely new area.
We shall reclaim
Can I blow
what
this up? Is it
rightfully
worth
ours.
blowing that up for one chest? Yeah, sure, whatever. Ooh. It was absolutely worth it for 2 melted charges out of 1. That is Wraithbone. I'm pretty sure. Why are you holding your chainswords like that? A stately Eldari warrior steps forward, calmly look at the intruders. Salmon as adornments gleam in the sun despite the traces of dried mud and caked on blood. Not a step further, Monkai. A smooth voice of the Xenos sounds out of place in the rough wilderness of Temer. I grant you the mercy of leaving the emerald halls of the children of Assyrian. Be gone and never return. Oh shit, it's the Hurricane. With thirst for blood, that wine of dark delight, appeared a beast in human hide, and with him one who scorned of barricades and blight. A merchant who the door now opens wide, but what awaits beyond the escaping portal? The leader alone who snubs the stage will say, will boards be spared at the brunt of mortal? That's weird phrasing. Or will the dance of blood conclude this play? Okay, abstractly just as mournful mask. I do not know about you, Liam, but these Xenos bastards are giving me the creeps. This one in the moat, Liam, I want to kill him now. One of the great bears his teeth and heads. Look around the Eldari camp. The Xenos made a camp among the ruins of an ancient city of the Imperium. More alien growths of the Xenotech and the wreckage of the Eldari ship disturbed a picture of centuries-old devastation and rebirth. Despite the meager weaponry and flimsy shelters, the Xenos are ready to attack for any moment. Their bodies are relaxed, but their minds remain cold and focused. Holy shit, a minus 70. Yeah, invented as well, I want to know why. Playing with her prey like a cat. Find new blood, you're still young. Just around the patience is not my strong suit. Don't think we have anything to discuss either, Monkey. Deeds of your kin have spoken louder than words. My home, my family, my people, my Kruderrock, everything is gone because of you. Your ships are destroyed, Kruderrock is lost inside the first years. You sacrificed everything to attack this world. Why? We did not attack this world, Monkey. The last of Kruderrock's children assembled once more to scour the master of flesh Tervantius from the memory of the universe. The homunculus who adopted and tortured the Farseus from our craft world. We learned that he is hiding on this world, but something prevents our Farseus from discovering his lair, so we're forced to act decisively. You call purging an entire world a decisive action? Yeah, fuck it. You're guilty before this world at the Imperium. Time of retribution is at hand. And I will become your scourge. Purge Queza, Temer of filth, blood for the rogue three of throne. Oh, that's not a good phrasing there. That's not a good phrase. He should not have said that. He should not have said that. Okay, Hendrix, our little support psyker, can go back here. Argenta goes there. Abelard. You should also start in cover, methinks. You're bleeding because of equipment, if I'm not mistaken. You will just start like here. He has the weird Harlequin weapons. He's a level 6. I am not surprised. Yeah, he's an assassin. Lone killer, yeah. Nocturne of Oblivion, dodge 95%. Right, you have insane stats, holy shit. And Pascal. This Pascal is a ranged Pascal, so you are also gonna start back here. Cassia can buff.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Buff.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Buff. And start nerfing
I'm
them.
not accustomed to being ordered around.
Is you castigating? Yeah. I should have switched to this guy.
Going swiftly.
No. No. No.
The performance goes on. Laughter echoes. Death follows.
My path won't end here.
Your fall gives us
About what I expected. About what I expected from a Harlequin. On the other hand, however,
As the
confident
Emperor
approach.
commands, I act.
Cautious approach, confident approach. Have some other. Have this. And then we're just gonna shoot in your general direction. We have a 3% hit chance. That isn't great, but it's good enough. He got the toughness save there.
As the
Not ideal.
Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Have a reload. Speaks with Gods has a lot of health, holy shit.
Don't touch me. I can handle this.
I thought this is a dude. Oh, do we have another Harlequin? Player. Ranger, player, yeah, there are multiple Harlequins here.
we all walk our own path.
Okay. Pascal is gone. And he dodged. Alright, so I think we need... I wanted to say I think we need Cassia, but I think Cassia is gone. So, offensive stance. Do you hit back if you... Okay, he's attacking +2 bonus to damage and a 5% bonus to critical hit chance. Not ideal. Taunt. Then, Wall of Rockreed is temporary wounds. Inquisitor's Command, right, endure. Hit that. Love that. Parry both of them. Unfortunately, do not get the hit back from the defensive stance. Abelard, I don't think you have any chance of hitting that dude, of hitting the Harlequin. And what are these players actually? For they do have the Harlequin's Kiss and a Fickle Hollow Field. For against all range attacks for a distance of 2 cells or farther, if the will is suffered, the Hollow Field fades until the end of the round. Okay, have a charge.
I will do my duty.
Kill the first guy. And you, secondary weapon. Probably won't hit. Yeah, it missed. Not surprised. Sworn enemy on him. And... until the end of the assassin's turn. Right.
We are the enigma, the riddle unsolved.
path won't end here.
Dodged. And for the opening, Harlequin's Kiss / holy shit, he's ripping us apart. So all of my team is down except for Liam himself. And
Protect me.
Speaks with Gods is just healing herself. And okay, now she... Wait.
Fate shapes my actions.
Pain and hardship, we prove our devotion. Pain guides my hand.
The problem is the Rangers have way too high damage weaponry. Yeah, okay.
My purpose.
I think I need to try that differently. I think what I need to do, I need to try is use Cassia to immediately block Nocturne of Oblivion. Because that dude was just ripping us apart.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Never doubt me.
Can I not go in there? No. That's stupid. Yes, okay. I'm just gonna skip the talk and immediately attack.
Suffer not the heretic to live.
Right. I do not have a lot of area for my people to hide in. But I want to make sure that the more important ones survive. Cassia will be instrumental against Nocturne of Oblivion. Set up a front line.
If only that were possible.
Cover efficiency. And then the rear, I guess you can have that.
Do not dare ask.
No line of sight to the target. What I'm gonna do
Give me strength.
is buff Athela.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
And then give him an extra turn in the hopes that he can immediately taunt Nocturne of Oblivion.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Taunting Scream. He did taunt Nocturne of Oblivion. Now I have to hope that he survives Nocturne of Oblivion. Yeah. Have a
I
song.
will not be deterred.
Okay, do this. This way we can. Always retaliates on attack. I think I'll use this to get my AP back. So I can run the entire setup basically.
The Emperor commands.
And then we're gonna go here so that the rangers have, so I have cover from the rangers in at least like one direction. And Cassia can go ahead again. Gentle.
God Emperor, move
You try to kill this player, who also, they have 600 health as well. Holy shit. Switch to your bolter. Heavy attack. Confident approach. Shoot him.
Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was built.
He has not been affected by the devastating attack. He is not prone. Excuse me, you're taunted?
I dance upon the winds of war.
My ears are ringing.
I will not join the ranks of the dead.
Alright, Heinrichs, we can now start doing this. And while you may take a hit or two, or maybe immediately die, that probably wouldn't be that great. You're gonna have to move out here to start buffing.
I won't object to it.
Light from the Emperor, yeah, heal is not necessary, regeneration there. And then strength on Athela.
Lord Captain.
And you're yourself already done. And Phoebe, this doesn't stack, does it? Minus 26 to strength and agility. Even if it doesn't stack, that's still a pretty good debuff. Abelard.
Victory is imminent.
Have a breakthrough. Slash. I heavily doubt that he will hit Nocturne of Oblivion in any way, shape or form. But you can try. Not in for the opening. Yeah, no.
I'd rather not.
Yeah, can't do that on him again. You know what? Heal yourself with a good one.
Field medicine at its finest.
The advanced medkit. Liam dodged and parried. Love to see that.
Are the enigma, the riddle unsolved.
Parry. Cannot strike back. Parries an attack the next variable. Wait. Each successful melee attack against a target increases damage from all ranged attack to the target by 5. That's not great. Yeah, taunt this direction.
So shall it be done.
Bulwark. This. Both of you are still taunted, so taunt the sworn enemy on you. Pascal. I would prefer if you would be in that position, now I think about it. And you also don't have any other position there that allows you to shoot at enemies. In which case, I think I'm just gonna use your support abilities. For now. Mark, you can't mark him, you are level 4, that's good enough. And the players are level 4. This ends your turn. This does a not Machine Spirit Banishment on this dude. Target is too far. Ah, fuck. Right, in that case, just give him a few more. Expose stacks. And then you move over here. Right, so Cassia is going to have to move.
I shall repay your strike sometime.
Look out.
I would love to have a Psyker with an offensive ability. Now think about it. Holy shit, he has a Mohawk.
Meet the Rilliatons. The performance goes on.
Gotta be honest, the Harlequins should be scary.
Fail the craft work.
And I'm not even sure if these are scary enough.
Guides my hand. Take you.
Yeah, Heinrichs has taken a big hit there.
I will not yield to the likes of you.
You can move there, but I think that's probably not a great idea. Can you do anything from back there? Not really.
Battlefields are always drowned in
On the other hand, there isn't really anybody can shoot you here because you should be out of range for most of them. Head up.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Suffering steepens the art.
Slowed. Oh, because I think he's a boss, so he can't be immobilized, far as I'm aware. Have
Me?
an extra turn.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Actually, you know what? Just buff Abelard.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
And then Argenta. Bit slow. There is an Eldari Ranger over there, which we can shoot. So Argenta's job is now basically to just walk around and shoot, if possible, the Eldari Rangers into submission.
I'll do it.
This will... right. The thing is...
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Toughness resistance has succeeded. Okay. The thing is, I want to get her stacks up.
Just a jest.
He dodged. Holy shit, Abelard, what happened to you?
These ruby flashes are choking me.
But yeah, my best chance against Nocturne is probably... Okay, I want to check. Does this stack? It does not. Everyone important at least. I can't fit everybody. Fuck, okay. In that case, just fit Cassia. Heal. Cassia already has a really good healing ability. In her base regeneration.
At your beck and call.
Do that. Do
It will
that.
be done.
Missed.
I will do my duty.
I'm not sure why he's so focused on Abelard, but I guess I'll take it. While Liam just has fun over there.
I dance upon the winds of war.
How'd you hit her? Right. The entire listing is always...
I won't suffer this.
Then we try to kill the first of them.
I will not be deterred. Action
I
will
don't think I need to
speak
taunt
louder
here
than
this
words.
turn, so I think I can actually just hit both. Or attempt to hit both. I hit the one I didn't want to hit. Okay. Plus call. Can you hit from back here? You can at least shoot from back here. But not at the Rangers. Right. Position. Culling shot reduces armor. And if the armor is below 20%, it also reduces dodge. Now these guys generally don't have a lot of armor. 3 times target system against all the bounty hunter attacks attack at the end of combat. The bounty hunter's next attack is 40 plus 14 damage instead. Okay. Good hit. Good hit. Another good hit. Raid on Nocturne. A hot on the trail.
I shall endure everything.
Can you stop doing that?
Faith.
For now.
She's actually doing a good amount of damage.
Time to redouble our efforts.
And Argenta is down.
With sublime purpose. Meet the
Holy shit, she's tanky. What the fuck?
Amidst the carnage, I find purpose.
performance goes on.
Like, he's definitely using Xenos weapons. The Blood for the Rogue Trader's throne line makes me a bit wonder whether he might be a heretic as well. On the other hand, killing all the other Rogue Traders does allow me to incorporate their areas, I think.
Suffering deepens the art.
But yeah, I already have a plan. So the DLC is coming in at some point soon. And I already have an idea of what to do.
If I may,
I will probably start a new game that... Yeah, okay. So, having Cassia just completely... Psycho Civil at the start of the turn. Can I just hit him? Yes.
isn't this a job for the serfs?
So, what I'm basically... There's a new DLC coming and I'm gonna have a... Willpower and toughness. I'm probably gonna start a new game there with the Death Cult, and then just play Heretic and try to summon Bloodthirsters.
Upon the winds of war.
I honestly kind of want to see if they actually have Bloodthirsters in the game. Right, buff. You are just here to buff everyone. I'm sorry.
For the throne's glory.
Abela, try to hit.
Scars
He did.
adorn our bodies.
Do it again.
That's not the Seneschal's job.
No. Sworn enemy. Oh, you can dispatch, can't you? 50% damage, additional damage to 25% of the target's missing wounds. I should probably keep that around for a while.
Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
We are the enigma, the riddle unsolved.
Can they not be counterattacked?
No enemy will thwart my purpose.
Okay, was Hendrix going down? It is weird that Liam Boy here is not ever counterattacking these guys. Or attack of opportunitying these guys. Even though he does parry them. Okay, taunting scream does not help. You are still taunted. Or maybe he does and I just don't see it. Liam parried? No. No attack. Weird. Pascal, do you have him as prey? Probably not. Where's the other player? Over there. You are definitely prey. Oh wait, I can't just check with the skull. You are prey. Wonderful.
Heal my wounds.
Probably not gonna happen.
Emperor, protect me.
Suffering deepens the art.
Well, he's dealing a good amount of damage, or she apparently, from the voice, but yeah, he's dealing a good. She's dealing a good amount of damage, and I would prefer if she stopped because she's gonna summon a demon soon. Nocturne of Oblivion now taking. Oh shit! Taking a good amount of damage.
Scars adorn our bodies.
Ends here.
Yeah, he's a vanguard.
I will not yield to the likes of you.
Though he has the slash for some reason.
I am a navigator.
Blast Nocturne.
Not a servitor.
Then
Not accustomed to being ordered
debuff him.
around.
Buff yourself. Unavailable. Okay. You already are buffed. Target ally. Can you not target yourself with that? Huh. Okay, in this case it really says the target, and here it says the target ally. So apparently you can't target yourself with... Apparently you are not your own ally. Dodged. Abelard. Unfortunately, we cannot dispatch immediately. So we just have to try a normal strike. 22% chance. It parried. Charge this boy. I mainly just want to make sure that he does not attack Cassia again. Because she's a bit important with the castigating. Honestly, the castigating stuff is probably the best debuff we have because it sacks infinitely. Okay, the Psyker is dead, that's great. Time to kill that player. Not what I wanted to do, but sure, it's fine.
The Emperor commands.
Pascal, you can. 97% chance. You know what? Move up. Take your position. Precise attack. Did I not mark him as prey? Interesting. F 94 damage. God damn it. So killed him. You secret pass where there could be peace and raise the blade of vengeance overhead, which hardship will rain down upon your host that played as I until we meet again. Okay, so he has announced he will come and kill us. Or at least try to. That's fine.
I dance upon the winds of war.
He, apparently they don't like Pascal for some reason.
The riddle unsolved.
Descend upon the weak. Suffering's my offering.
He's dealing a good amount of damage there.
My masters, with your demise.
No enemy will thwart my purpose.
So they have added the speed up, which there is an issue I have with that speed up, and that is that the speed up button is the same as the end turn button, which is always a little bit of an issue. Because at that point you just hit the speed up button and accidentally end your turn, which is never great. 170 damage. But then she healed. Oh, does she have the trauma pack? Okay. Can't charge him. Sworn enemy. Then we charge. This gives me 10 plus 2 times number of, so this gives me 40% parry, which is really good. Bulwark and endure. So much temporary health. And even with going full tank, I still have a 10th of the health of the normal enemy. Culling attack, call bold, precise attack, shoot. It hit perfect. Wonderful. Okay, I think the parry stance isn't gonna help here. Because he uses the ability Blood for the Blood God. Okay, so my doubts have been dispelled.
No enemy
You
will
need a
thwart my
breathing
purpose.
navigator.
My doubts have been completely dispelled. Vulnerable. The aesthetic the enemy suffers plus 1 stack of the vulnerable stack.
Heal my wounds.
Number of vulnerable stack plus times 5% more damage, right? Blood for the Blood God. Gains plus 20 weapon skill and plus 40 strength, but becomes uncontrollable until the end of combat. Increases. Yeah, so humanity's finest, toughness. He is not humanity's finest, he is in fact a heretic. So I know who next dies. Block him. It didn't work.
I'll return this favor tenfold.
Do you also have Blood for the Blood God? No. Alright. You cannot run from me. Target is too close. Well, good thing I checked first.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Just a jest.
Just a jest. That's kinda neat. It's kinda funny.
Rejoice.
This and this. Pascal can move forward and shoot this boy again. First. Perfect. Calling shot. Can you even hit this man? No, you can't.
With sublime purpose.
Have a parry. No attack back, unfortunately. Yes, be done with it. Only the player over there remains, so...
I cannot comply.
Unfortunately, no more strikes are possible for now. I should have used the sworn enemy first. Yeah, they are apparently completely immune to attacks of opportunity.
And conquer.
Caligo's winter scale is standing in the heart of an abated battle, covered head to toe in the blood of his enemies. His excited smile gradually twists into a grin, and his glazed eyes emanate in alarming corners. The Xeno scum struggle to the very end. That's what I call a hunt. It's a shame I missed the garishly Tristun. I should could have cracked his hunting mask on with his skull. Wouldn't the great nods at every word of his master, licking the fresh blood of a thin blade? Blood for the rogue trader's throne, did I hear that right? He... what? Rundiscus shrugs his shoulders and cries, I don't remember saying that, but I think it tripped off the tongue in the heat of battle. Right, riveting hunt. Kelly goes, you and I now share the bond of battle, Liam. Let me know if you ever feel like shooting some Xenos, and I might just bless you with my company. And I, in turn, will have no choice but to invite you on my future hunt. Your self-combat is interesting. Better than yours, that's for sure. There's nothing better than raw power and direct blows. Standing face to face with your foe with an axe in hand, breathing in their fear and rage, crushing them with your own body. Only in such moments do I feel truly mortal and exhilaratingly alive. Have you seen what I do? You have a ranged weapon. I have more of your combat style than you. Right, what now? Silver spikes flash at the ends of Speaks with God's hairs, distracting Caligos from the conversation. The priest shudders as if from cold, moans, claws at his face with his nails, and throws his back face to face the sky. In the Deadlands there is a monster whose body is made up of bodies sewn together with rusty threads. It waits for a fallen star, trembles, hides, and guards a secret as darker than a starless sky. A secret about the past and the thoughts about the future. The priest's violet eyes glow cold, then return to their original color a moment later. His gaze dims and he comes back to his senses, blinking apologetically. Throne Skull, I forgot how much excitement you can have with an unsanctioned psycho. That skull is my parting gift to you, Liam. You want to story stories about him with us? Then it's off to the Deadlands for you. As for me, I will finally go to the Emperor's Vow, to my cozy cabin with a bowl of Calixian Amazonica and a hot bath. I will see you among the stars, you will stay on your toes, run to self-rage, and try not to perish in the wood before our next meeting. So yeah, Caligos will definitely die before this ends.
The Emperor protects.
I have no doubt about that. You can just pick everything. Well, weapon skill. And then Persistence of the Forge. For get a second 10% bonus to hit chance and dodge reduction against any target hit with single target attack. Right, dodge reduction would be good. Litany of Hatred. Damage for single shots and attacks opportunity for 1 round. Shield of Faith. Alright, willpower bonus to arm against attacks of demons and warp damage. Resolve is also permanently increased, which is good in combination with Heinrich's abilities, which scale off of Resolve. Multi-weapon, nimble, plasma weapon. Like, nimble does not help. Swift movements could be good. Weapon specialist. Shove ability of a hammer and mace cost 1 IP less. Not really necessary. Right, I think Dueling Mastery plus 15% to parry. Not really necessary, I feel. So I think I'm gonna take the Shield of Faith. I will want to increase my willpower because currently it's what, 8 extra armor? 8% more armor. That's not all that much. Then you gain weapon skill to hit better. No, heresy ready to serve. Get undercover scout, perfect timing. You may actually want deal weapon combat. Character can attack with second weapon the current weapon set in addition to usual in 1 attack per round. And costs 1 AP more. And then this sweep attack of the axes and shove attack of maces and hammers does not increase the AP cost or reduce the weapon skill or ballistic skill of another weapon. That is actually kinda neat. However, you already have nimble. I think I'm gonna give you characteristic training for agility here. Just increase that a little bit more. Argenta, you get ballistic skill. and then gain a +10 bonus to all characteristics and 2 +2 to resolve. That could be good. The Shield of Faith could also be good. However, I think there is still characteristic training, combat a master, do weapon specialist, no, during mastery, grenadier, melter weapon expert, +4 maximum damage, plasma weapon proficiency, power weapon expert, solid projectile weapon expert. Solid projectile weapons gain +2 minimum damage. I think the bolter does not fall onto that because the bolter has its own bonus, but the swift movement, honestly, more movement points is probably always good to have. You gain ballistic skill, pinnacle of weaponry, first attack with any plasma melter, etc. You have the overcharge protocol to increase your plasma damage or melter damage. Now think about it. Skirmish is melee. Increase the perception by +10. This is melee weapons again. Manipulator, machine spirit. On all affected enemies. Close-up scanning. Planar machine spirit, no. This is also for melee attacks. Over all of that, not that great. Elderly weapon proficiency is not necessary. You do have plasma weapon proficiency and the melters are a bit short range for my taste. I'd rather stay with the plasma. In which case, I think I'll give you just a little bit more damage. I think just a little bit more damage is fine. Heinrichs, you get a willpower, no, agility for better dodging. And then, better die for the Emperor. Where's the Blade of Light? Edge of Dawn, ready to serve. Offensive, no, heresy. Blade of Light, oh, we already have that, okay. High taking and unavailable upgrades. No, I think that's fine. Why was the... Right. Psychic abilities. Edge of Dawn. Enemies adjacent suffer more. Obscured Threat. Psychic Barrage. You don't really have damage spells, so that doesn't matter. Second side also not. Increased value degradation by 2 points less. If the turn reduces to less than 1 is decreased. So damaging psychic power while being threatened? No. For immunity is the extra health. Yeah, take the adrenaline surge. And then you get perception. Perilous ways. You have everything except perilous ways. I could take that, but I don't think it's worth it because you do not yet have anything that does anything with that. So instead, I'm gonna give you the base skill awareness for increased awareness because you're the only one who does that in my team. Alright, time to loot. Though all of those will be looted anyway the second we leave, but these goods will not. That's just Kalen. Single shot, dead shot, okay. And Eldar equipment, Farseer mesh armor. Right, none of my units can take Eldari equipment, so no matter.
With each step,
To the
I
first
forge
element.
my destiny
Right.
among the stars.
It is time. We return to the ship, I guess. I'm not sure if I want to hunt the homunculus at this point, because it does seem like a... I wonder if I can rat out Caligus to the Inquisitor, like, yo, this guy's a heretic. But I will try to make sure that he dies. How do I return to boat? Leave without saying anything. Very rude. To the scene of the slaughter. It is raining a lot today, which is very nice. It's been raining for like 4 hours now. Been waiting for that. How do I get to my boat? Not that way.
We are bound
To the
by
ancient
the blood
totem.
of martyrs.
Wait, no. This isn't how I get to my boat. Oh no, yeah, we went through the Sino to Slaughter to get to the forest village, I'm pretty sure. The Forgotten Bunker. The Abandoned Camp. So everything now has names. So you can distinguish the various areas. Okay, I need to get back to the forest settlement. I think, unless... Can I go down here? No, because this is where I came from. I'm pretty sure. So let me check in the forest settlement if we can maybe just rest somewhere, because a lot of my people are kind of wounded. This area has way too many loading screens. I'm gonna be honest with you.
The Divine watches over us.
Just dwellers of the forest. I see no way to either rest or return to the ship. Also cannot get back there. To the Xenos shelter. But then the Xenos shelter didn't have any other areas to go to, I'm pretty sure.
Know your duty.
If need be, I have medkits to remove the issues we currently have. And then I assume the Dreadlands are probably back behind oh, to the Von Valencia Shalma. I should have checked better then. Speaks with gods, just now chilling over here. What do you have? Dirt covered rocks. You know, Stanzo and Mr. Townsend, fire cultivators were only used for work in the fields. Back then I thought, by the throne, damn that forest. Can't take your eyes off it for a thick or acid municipal protection. But nowadays, the damn forest is the only thing I can defend people. Who'd have guessed? And we, the Silverius, are the only ones who can pass through it. If we have a fire cultivator intact, that is. I did hear, though, that one of the astropaths managed to lead a group of 50 people through the brush, but nobody has heard from them since. The enemies of immunity got them, didn't they? Come meet us halfway. I'm leading a new group, but the Promethean my cultivator is running out. So they did burn through here. To be fair, I'm pretty sure that they do that in Karakan as well. They just permanently shoot the forest because it goes way too deep onto them. That's the Caligos shuttle, isn't it? Yeah. Winter Scales shuttle. So yeah, we dealt with... So if I understand correctly, the Cult of the Final Dawn is mainly Tzeentch based. We had Slanesh demons, we had Nurgle demons, we had Bloodladders. Well, Plague Walkers. Plague Walkers are the Nurgle demons, I believe, and then the Demonites for Slanesh. I'm gonna be honest, it would be sick to fight a Bloodthirster, but I heavily doubt that any of the greater demons are in the game. Like, I heavily doubt we see a Bloodthirster. How are you feeling? Have the healers done the job?
Indeed they have, Lord Captain. The rejuvenating procedures have turned the clock back once more. Just don't ask me how many needles our chirurgeons had to stick in me to make it happen. But I am recovered from the ills of old age. Well, most of them. One cannot evade death forever. Every time I come to the brink, it takes another bite out of me. Lord
Completely forgot to check with him after the talk. Yo, is this that you knew? Majestic statue glows sternly over the bridge, unceasingly watching... Yeah, whatever. Too many talks. Anything interesting? No. Okay, Corona's map. Queza, Temer, forests or homunculus laboratory. Right. Ancient bunker, the planetoid I'm already mining, shattered world I'm already mining. Sure, let's go to the laboratory then. Yep, that does seem very homunculus. Perventious Refuge. I thought I killed that man. Or was that another homunculus? Thick of ancient dust covers the walls, floor, and equipment. That definitely seems more imperial than homunculus. Then Drukari. Logic 7%. Wait, no. What? Why wasn't Pascal... Why wasn't Pascal in the group? Oh, can I talk with them actually? No. Alright, homunculus. Now with Pascal. So we actually have a chance of getting the logic trigger. Okay, everyone. Grab some goods. Check the dust.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
This looks actually like a... Yeah, that's a barracks.
You left the Novus Imperialis to serve the rogue trader. Do you ever regret it, Seneschal?
No, I do not regret it in the least. Serving in the Imperial Navy is a fine thing to do. And it was only under Lady Theodora that I truly felt the significance of what I was doing.
So yeah, the furnishings are clearly fitted for human comfort, but everything is covered in a thick layer of dust. Ceramite plating. But yeah, wanted to say, I heavily doubt that we find any greater demons in the game, like a Lord of Change, a Bloodthirster, Keeper of Secrets, Great Unclean One. Probably nothing of the certain. Scene of silence in the cognitive, but it's not difficult to break. Shane's spirit has been tormented, summoned every bit of useful knowledge from its memory. Foul aberrations, beta grotesque, alpha grotesque. So the beta is stronger. So for invisible, tangible sensation, I would send entirely. Experiment number 4311, now 17. What kind of experiment is this? Honestly, we should probably just shoot them from up here.
Size is its own reward.
You can just like stand on the bridge on the I forgot the ladder, on top of the ladder. Abelard, you go here, Hendrix here. Pascal will have a field day probably. How is this not cover? Unclear.
If I may.
Alright, cannot overlap. I think I did this in the wrong way. Yeah, this is the one additional damage. Oh, well. Start blasting the grotesques.
I'm afraid not.
And start buffing. Heinrichs can also just... And now actually can just buff everyone.
See to it.
Right, this gives additional resolve, and then this gives 10 plus allies resolve divided by 2. So this gives 2 additional armor per. Regeneration on Athena. On Liam. And you. Can you enfeeble down there? No. In which case we probably should not do it. Strength on Athena. And then that's probably good. Abelard, you can probably just charge over. Well, first off, you move here.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Everybody gets
I will do my duty.
a bit of deflection. It's probably not great using that in the first turn, but honestly, the first turn is kind of the most important one. Okay, these guys do not have all that much health. He missed.
Victory.
And yeah. Melting Venom. And this is the melee boy. This is the melee version. They have to carry weaponry, right? I heavily doubt that the homunculus himself is here. Also, I now have the issue that I too cannot move down. I want to hit these 3, but that's not gonna happen. So this is probably the best we have.
Doubt is for the weak.
And fire.
As the Emperor commands.
Perfect. Oh, she killed someone and then reloaded. I forgot to put the confident approach on. Pascal, you can Marcus Prey this dude. These are level 1, the Beta Grotesque and the Alpha Grotesque are level 4 each. Just kill this guy. In position. Buff definitely Argenta with that. Shoot.
Better crippled in body than corrupt in mind.
Yeah, you cannot move down there. So you know what? Just stand here then. Blast the grotesque.
If only that were possible.
The line of sight rules sometimes are really strange.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Oh, only +2, so... Okay. Abelard, you can go ahead and... stab a man.
A tactically sound approach. At your beck and call. I took care of this one.
And stab a second man. And then just like death whisper this guy. He missed.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Compared to the Eldari, this combat is kind of really easy. Argenta. I think I want you to just shoot this guy.
Guided by faith.
Then you can do that. And shoot him again. Because I want to make sure that Liam can move down, you can now mark him as target. Yeah, that is definitely just an old Imperial facility that they reused.
My enemies shall be crushed like dust beneath my feet.
Over there. Taunt him.
And so shall it be done.
The dude does have melee attacks, so I hope that he uses them. Especially since he can't move. Oh, you have a melter pistol, don't you?
The Inquisition sends their regards.
Yeah,
It
shoot
will be
him.
done.
Holy shit, yeah. Why do you attack with your claw if you have a machete?
Found wanting.
Fiery claws. So this is basically burst fire. Yeah, that's fine. He's not taking damage from her anyway. How do you miss him? What?
Running binaric override.
Okay, big attack. And then small attack.
My vow is to serve.
And then we can just lower his armor for a bit.
Running binaric override.
Rejoice.
So yeah, he just has a lot of health, but not really anything else going for him.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Sure, Cassia can just look at him. And Heinrich's come in and play as well.
The Emperor is on our side.
I don't really think we need to have all that many more attacks here. No, I cannot charge. Well, in that case, I'm just gonna shoot him.
Scorn the pain.
Broken bond.
Through pain and hardship, we prove our devotion.
Hidden plating. Well, not really that much of an issue. And Pascal can get the kill. Claim his prey. Yeah, this one wasn't too difficult. Unfortunately, we have no one who's really good in Lord Xenos. Yeah, all of those to the cargo. I'm not sure whether I would still trust that alcohol. Access denied. From a distance, the creature resembles a homunculus, but upon closer it's more like a bad caricature of one. I think they probably meant to put that on the grotesques. These are flesh, skin, and bone are stuck in dirt. Sticky sludge that covers the tables. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Beautiful deformed creature looks like a cruel parody of a living being. In distance, the creature resembles a homunculus. Yeah, the same. Alright, jump over.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
I expect the door to be important. Close attack, please go was shot in the head, more likely a Coppola execution than a death in combat. This is a dead end. There is an elevator.
My warp sight reveals something.
A trap. Fortunately, no one's that good in Lord Xenos.
That was a problem for you.
Let us see what I found.
Kinda makes sense that Xenos traps would require Lord Xenos instead of demolition. Right, this looks like an important area.
The divine watches over
I'm surprised there are no guards.
us.
Tervancius. One of them is T-posing. You're looking at several completely identical homunculi at work. To start with, an indistinguishable and familiar faces turned attention toward you, Moreau stayed almost indifferently. The homunculi stood talking over one another. You, one of them hisses through his teeth. How dare you, echoes another. Sharp hero alive. Third one finishes. This is even better though. Now cleanse the shame of my death with your blood, and then transform you into scum you've brought along into something useful. Horrible, frightening, tattered shades. Only a madman could do something like that to himself. Why would I talk to him? That to Xenos scum. You're different from others of your species, specimen. This time around I want to study you much, and I mean much more thoroughly, which necessitates your death. I hope dying once isn't enough for you either.
Showing up uninvited? How improper.
Is there only one there, or are they cloning them? Both is an option, to be fair. You go here, Pascal. We need some cover, and unfortunately this does not count. This does though. Cassia needs cover. Argenta unfortunately can't move over there. I think most of these enemies don't have all that great ranged weapons, so This one's, I believe, completely melee, yes. And then you do have ranged weapons, Pistol of the Arch, Machinator, Interventious Limbs, Experimental Stim. It should be fine. So, a battle. Cassia can just immediately blast people.
As duty
Then, buff. Buff. Set up, I think, the rear I'm gonna set up here.
demands.
Because I want Agenta to be...
Not a servitor.
to grow flesh. Oh, do I have to... I can destroy these apparently, I guess. I should probably try and do that then. Front line goes over there, I guess.
Is this a job for the serfs?
And then the back line... I guess here.
Me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
Argenta. I think you just... Is this cover? I think this is cover. You will destroy this thing. If you can. She can. Okay, so I guess I have to destroy these.
As the Emperor commands, I
Run and
act.
gun into... Is there cover? There is cover. Run and gun into cover. And then confident approach, which I forgot once again. And shoot this bio fountain. Burning and power from pain, plus 3 strength, willpower, and 1 temporary wound for each creature suffering burning, bleeding, standard toxin. Alright. Thriving, when this creature's wounds drop below 50%, it gains a plus 15% bonus to critical hit chance, and suffers the bleeding 8 effect. If the bleeding effect is removed, it is inflicted again at the start of the creature's turn. Just an instrument. Upon death spawns a gas cloud that will dissipate after 2 rounds. The gas heals others of the fallen creature for 50% of the maximum wounds if they stay in the cloud for 1 round. That is not bad. And then whenever they suffer warp damage or affected by psychic powers, they cannot use power from pain and dissolve bonuses this ability for 2 rounds. They initially suffer 3 times willpower bonus to weapon skill and ballistic skill and receive an additional 10% of maximum wounds damage from warp attacks, which I think I only have Cassia for. Because Heinrichs doesn't have warp attacks. He does have a psychic power, which deals damage, namely the poison thing, but I'm not sure whether that counts. And you? Give yourself some strength. And give yourself regeneration. The Chronos machine is a problem. What the fuck are they shooting? Excuse me? How much damage did you do? 41... 81... Okay. You. In position. Then. Take this guy into prey. We have... I guess this is probably the real Tervantius.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Machine Spirit Banishment, because you are a machine.
Request approved.
Chronos Matriarch Engine. The draining injection, I don't think it can parry. Whatever. You have marked them. Calling attack. Hit him.
Ability analysis. Successful. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
This guy needs to die quickly. What does this do? Additional hit chance 10. Fate of the Abject. Which just immediately obliterated Abelard. Incredibly. Right, taunt. This direction.
Emperor commands.
This guy needs to be taunted mainly. He was.
I
Parry.
will not be deterred.
Sworn enemy. And you. The entire litany once again. Except for actual attacking.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Okay. Yeah, they spawn additional ones. So I need to take those out. Because otherwise they will overwhelm at some point.
If I may.
On the other hand, I can just like look at them. You already have that buff. Buff Pascal.
Do not dare ask.
Oh right, I already used an attack. Debuff you. Buff you. And that's the turn. Argenta. You need to be in cover. No doubt about that. However, you can still just shoot a bunch.
Doubt is for the weak.
Let's see if that helps. Wonderful. Oh, he stims them. Which... Experimental stem. Creature gains attention attack per turn, plus 4 AP, 100% damage, 50% to all characteristics. When the effective stem ends, the creature suffers 120 mental damage. This is dead. So I'm going to charge to here. So I can use the sweep.
But of course, Lord Captain. Your suffering will sustain me. Nobody escapes us.
And then you have this weird shield, which I assume I have to first get rid of the other stuff, the blood barrier. This creature gains a bonus of equal to the number of creatures suffering from bleeding effect. Okay. Draining injection. Yeah, minus 50 from the disruption field. Draining injection, not really visible here. Pascal, I think we just shoot.
Running binaric override.
Because this thing needs to die. Wait, do you have a disruption field or what is the disruption field? Surrounded by special order diesel weapon skill and ballistic skill offered by creatures by 10 plus 5 times Kronos toughness bonus, and your toughness bonus is 9. Okay. So preferably I'll kill this thing next turn. Parry. We have some toxic clouds there.
And so shall it be done. I can't allow myself to do this. Rejoice in service.
Sworn
The
enemy.
Emperor commands.
And then we just slap them. Wonderful. Cassia, you can look at him. And then you can buff, not yourself, Pascal already has buff Argenta.
If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
And I think we can maybe give an additional turn to
That is
target
foolishness.
is to 4. That has a very low range. Argenta does have running gun ready. How is this not cover? Well, that's unfortunate. It doesn't matter. Because what you need to do is shoot this thing up there. The tank. Wonderful. And then I think we immediately shoot him. Lovely. And have a melter shot. And a song. So now I need Heinrich's turn so he gets the permanent buff to stuff deflection, I believe. So yeah, that does not count as cover. Interesting.
Get me a target.
You will have one. Here. Actually, the Inferno Blast, which is AoE, is the same cost as that. Oh, they have different twisted creatures in their pots. Good to know. Buff
I won't
Liam.
object to it.
And then I think I'd rather keep this for someone else. I have, by the way, now think about it, I have confirmed that the Bounty Hunter ability does in fact work on ranged. Does in fact work with ranged units. Or with ranged weapons. However, only if it's the main weapon. Your weapon skill decrease does nothing. You should feel bad. A bow found designed to grow flesh. More and more damage. Inflatable, castigating, yeah. So it is not a machine. Because then it would also have reduced characteristics.
Not another one of these mistakes. I don't suffer fools like
Wonderful, wonderful. Oh yeah, Liam's gonna have to heal himself, or just
Actions will
tough
speak
through it.
louder than words. I will not be deterred.
So an enemy, let's see him. Taunt.
Rejoice in service.
It'd be actually kind of funny if you could swarm enemy your own units and then shoot yourself with burst fire. So one of the vaults still exists. We kinda have to put a stop to that.
Me?
Warp
If you
fire.
insist, Lord Captain, another foe painted black. If I may,
Buff Heinrichs. Buff
I'm
Thielen.
not accustomed to being ordered
Or Liam.
around.
Give him another turn.
Me?
So he can just
Insist,
slap
Lord
them.
Captain.
Argenta is now allowed to attack twice per turn. First order of business. Up here.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Okay, we have hit all of the flesh growing things. Can only hit one, but I can hit two there.
My emperor.
Rebellion Slaughter. Withering Talons, that doesn't sound great. It sounds like something that applies to debuff. He dodged. Impressive. Anyway, heal everyone. And shield everyone.
Let this be a warning to all.
They are really bad at shooting. Pascal, I think you will just shoot this guy. Try to have Cassia be safe. Wonderful. I think 2 enemies remain, and one of them is this boy.
The Emperor commands.
Your last stroke of luck.
And then Cassia can move up.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Can you look at him still? Yes. No other buffs needed.
Rejoice in battle.
Running gun up the stairs. Because now we just need to shoot the boss a lot.
You will pay for
As the emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Oh, he dodged. More and more stacks. Even if you don't hit.
Claim his will made manifest.
Should have switched to this weapon first. Oh, thankfully it worked. It worked. Immediate reload. And
This is unacceptable.
then I can't shoot. It should allow me to shoot, but whatever. I'm gonna be honest, the second Cassia starts looking at him, it's fine.
I need a foothold.
The second Cassia starts looking at him, he will lose all of his stats really quickly.
Naturally.
You don't have him in vision, do you? That's what I meant with, it's a problem that the that the speed up button is also the turn end button.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Shoot him a lot. Actually, probably not like that.
Doubt is for the weak.
The blood barrier is gone.
I won't object to it.
Advancing.
You move over there. So you're behind. God fuck. Hate it. Warp burn. Can't do that. But we can look at him. And now, with the stats he's gonna lose from that.
This is why I was chosen. Faith without deeds is
Big
worthless.
blast, a big burst, and fire out a lot.
As the
And
Emperor
then
commands,
do it again.
I act. This is why I was chosen.
Like we have 13 stacks of versatility. That's what 39 weapon skill and ballistic skill. That's not bad. Is the versatility even in there? No. Oh. Do I have to turn off the confident approach? I do! Oh well.
But of course, Lord Captain.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Are you even marked as prey? You are not.
Rejoice in service. And so it shall be done.
Yeah. Look. Look at this dude. Useless. Honestly, just a pushover. Space around the hollow is littered with lumps of broken rockcrete. A feeble breeze blows through an ugly hole in the ceiling, stirring up whirlwinds of stone dust at your feet. The hole in the large vaulted ceiling and the hollow underneath it point you to the obvious conclusion. Something broke into this room, ripped out a piece of the lab, and dragged it outside. You are, for now, mystified as to what that something was. Take a closer look around. Through the pile of rocks, dirt, and thick dust, you are able to make out parts of fixtures that were ripped out of their sockets and thrown to the floor. Parts like these are for fastening industrial girders in place at large manufactorums around the Imperium. What do you make of all this? Seneschal looks around frowning. I don't understand. Drukari machinery and the toys seem out of place within these walls. They seem positively alien, in fact, that's because they are. These walls... Why, this is the standard architecture of an Imperium bunker. Why would the Xenos conduct a business in a place like this? They would if they were going to do business with representatives of humanity. Hendrik's voice is dull and quiet, as if the interrogator has suddenly been drained of all his strength. But interrogator who? Gold traders, privateers, rogue traders. Hendrix breaks off as if stopping himself at the last moment. Mutually profitable commerce with Xenos is not that uncommon, Abelard, and that is what went on in this place. A place built by humans and furnished by the Drukari. This world belongs to House Winterscale, but I refuse to believe his lordship Caligos would ever collaborate with Xenos. Dark red and brownish green would develop his figure every time the subject of hunting the enemies of humanity was brought up. He despised them, hated them. Alright, what destroyed the lab ceiling? You study the edges of the breach carefully, reflect for a few minutes, and conclude that the hole in the lab ceiling was created by several powerful targeted explosions. After some more time, you know the characteristic marks on the debris of the walls. The ceiling was breached using melted charges. I am not surprised. Oh shit. 6 or more immunity to bleeding, 9 or more immunity to toxin, 12 or more immunity to burning. Ooh, I like that. I'm gonna grab that. Drukari equipment. That is a different type to the previous attack. They gain momentum equal to the resolve. That would be really, really good for a arc mechanic for an arch militant. And the homunculus and Judger. I do not have anybody who's good enough in Lozinos to use that. Well. The medium weapon critical damage by strength bonus. Beat of Might. If it has 8 or more AP at the start of the turn, they gain plus 30 damage for the rest of combat. Does that stack? Anyway, I do want the... Oh, you have the Bloodberry emitter. At the start of the turn, the wearer recovers wounds equal to the number of bleeding creatures. If at least one wound was recovered that way, one fresh injury is removed from the wearer as well. Holy shit. And with these boots, I believe, the wearer inflicts bleeding 5 on themselves. Whenever the wearer performs an area melee attack, they inflict 3 on all hit creatures. So I think I'll get rid of the auto-stimulant. Because the healing... This isn't temporary wounds, this is actual healing. I just need more bleeding creatures. This, I think, is maybe okay for Heinrichs. This one's outdated anyway. And the Beat of Might is never going to happen. Like, no shot. The goods here. What do we have? A little journal. Let's see. A damaged data slate. I can put this into cargo, huh? Interesting. Data slate is dented. Its screen display flickering colored stripes. The reader reports are twitchy and contain repetitions. Murray's prior studies pursued the goal of breaking new ground, recreating and reviving the specimen in the event of its death. The above-mentioned experiment laid the groundwork for modernizing and accelerating the recreation of a living organism from a minuscule sample of bone and muscle tissue. Every variety of living organism has been observed to release a number of chemicals at the moment of death that enable the creation of an entirely identical clone with intact memories of its prior life up to and including the moment of death. Most vivid detail is to both physical sensation and emotional distress. As mentioned before, even a tiny modicum of bone and muscle tissue is sufficient for reviving or creating an organism in an adequate lab setup. Bear in mind that work on creating the new body must begin before the third stage of decomposition has set in. Interesting. So I assume that the foul aberrations coming out of these tubes were technically speaking all the exact same person. Which didn't really help them all that much, all things considered. Right, open the door. Tech use 57. Or if needed, we'll just blow it up. Wonderful. That's a cage. Xena's storage device has been placed out in the open. It clearly sees regular use. Cage bars and floor covered in caked blood. Yeah, kind of expected from Dukari. Activate the elevator. Lift core panel is unresponsive. Okay. I have missed a little bit of loot over here apparently.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Where? Oh, up there. How do I get up there?
Why would a homunculus establish a lair in the middle of the forests of Queza Temer? I thought Drakari feared to be in real space.
I am more discouraged to see signs of humans in the same place. There is a dark alliance lurking beneath this veil of mystery. Something far more frightening than any typical coal trade deal.
How do I get there? Some goods. Doesn't really help me. How do I get into that area? What was the goods? It's just some cargo.
Let us walk this path to the end.
I don't really see a way in there. Would probably have to be on this level. Don't really see a way there. It would probably have to be via this elevator, which doesn't respond, in which case I'm just gonna ignore it.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Some goods I overlooked. Open up. Just gonna try again, I guess. Right. I don't know how to get there. And honestly, one chest is probably not worth it, so I'm gonna leave it at that. Yes. Homunculus is dead. And honestly, considering he's a homunculus, he's probably deserved that. Right. Tour some stars. No, Captain, the Astral Plans are reporting a new message. It says loading to the Queza, sending his regards to your lordship, and is hoping to meet you in his palace at Footfall at your earliest convenience. Now he dares to summon me. Well, this must be very important. I'm not gonna go there immediately. First, I'm gonna chart some new routes. Janus has begun a new stage of its development. Good, I'm gonna check my colonies in a second as well. For now, Jungle World, unforeseen event. I think I've been here before. Winterscale Dynasty Outpost hails the from Valencias and thanks him for the help. The locals are indebted to him. Glory to the Rogue Trader. Right, I've been here. Also cannot chart new routes there. To Langren's Belt. During the warp journey, August discovered a strange object that had been following the Rogue Trader's voyageship for several hours. Judging by the distorted telemetry, it was strangely shaped, a vessel of Xeno origin. Let's see if we can find something here. Plant Void Station, a shattered world with plastia which we can mine, and provisions which we can mine. That star looks like it's gonna explode soon. I wonder, honestly, something I've wondered about, but I don't think I've ever seen an answer to it. I don't know if one exists and I've barely just didn't notice it. How big of an issue are supernovas in the Imperium? Lord Captain, there has been an act of sabotage on Queza. The cult of the Final Dawn has invaded the planet, cultivated a pack of schismaticals in the bowels of the manufactorums, and set them upon us. The attack was so sudden that we almost lost all the workshops, but we had up. Some entities, already being called Data Angels, have invaded the cogitations network, seized the cogitators and servitors, and used them to repel the first onslaught of the schismaticals. Now there is a fierce struggle taking place all over the planet. The noosphere of the world is boiling. Fortunately, we received information about the impending attack at the last moment. The signal was intercepted by the warp by the Cubist Delphum's machine. I thought we killed that. How did the cultists infiltrate my world? This was part of a coordinated attack that hit us the entire expanse. The Heretics must have been preparing for a long time. Thanks to the fact that the planet had been thoroughly purged with the corrupting influence of Cubist Delphum, the cult now has nowhere to hide and no collaborators on the planet. They have utterly failed to compromise their world's defenses. What do we know about these Data Angels? Not much. They are machine spirits, beings born from the art of data smithing. They charge into battle chanting the same binary mantra that the participants of Procedure 0Z chanted. But there are not many nodes where they can reside, perhaps because of the sturdy cells used in Procedure 0Z. It is quite perverse to us if we will not accept the help of these strange creatures. Let's shine voices. That's probably not correct. Or let the righteous warriors of Kiyogama exterminate all the data spirits. Wish to hear the opinions. I'm gonna be honest, I kinda want to hear what Pascal has to say. There are backup cogitators located in the Kiyogama's manufactorums to ensure the continuity of production in case of an accident. The severity of the situation will call for disrupting the service algorithms, and I am prepared to sanction a ritual that will allow the data engines of the Omnissiah to absorb the cogitator's computing power to combat these wicked spirits. Right, go do that then, Pascal. Your request to perform the sacrament is accepted and shall be fulfilled immediately. Having gained access to the cogitational reserves and after being infused with power, the data engines charged with the schismaticals. The hordes of data spirits have been tech exercised and exterminated, and the afflicted mechanisms purged and restored. The tech priests gave praise to the Omnissiah for protecting the production algorithm for the severe disruptions. After exiling the schismaticals, the data angels have retreated into hiding inside the computational networks, leaving the servants of the Omnissiah only to guess at who or what these beings were. Interesting. Provides void ship weapons with targeting data granting 90% hit chance and 20% critical hit chance. This is 92 and 15. Okay. What I currently have. Let us build tools of killing. A sky barrier, just a giant gun. There's actually a game being made. I saw trailers of which was just which you just control a giant fucking gun. Reputation with explorators. The power of plasma. Sacrament of light. An engine assembled by a mysterious clique of engine elders, countenance hidden by veils of open work plus steel, and whose wisdom is so great that the servants below the rank of magus are forbidden from even addressing them. 15 speed on with average acceleration braking. Honestly, everything reads the explorators. Tools of killing. Profit factor. How many mechanisms do I have? 18. That's good. We'll provide a mysterious massive vessel with proper producing void ships. I will build that because I do want additional Imperial Navy relationship. We have a 6. Corruption has infiltrated. We have a 6, Lord Captain. The cultists of the Cult of the Final Dawn have agitated the convicts into full-blown uprising, promising a chance at escape. The planet's cargo port and guard facilities are now under siege. The cult conspirators do not personally participate in the assault. Not so long ago, they scurried into the mines deep into the tunnels rife with Xenos corruption. The overseers report the occurrence of tremors. It seems that the heretics are trying to clear up the cave-ins that we used to ward off the subterranean monster. Why did the cultists go to the particular place? Unfortunately, we do not know the true objectives of the heretics, but there's nary a doubt that they are pursuing a sinister and wicked goal and therefore must be stopped. What do we need for that, people? What is the current situation on the surface? The overseers are trapped inside the guard facilities, and the convicts are now united by their common hatred for the dynasty and are obsessed with the tales of freedom. Right, immediately, casualties are no concern. If they do not stop the riot, I will bomb them into submission. We give them something to truly fear. Pros a pardon for those prisoners who helped quell the rebellion. I hear what my advisors have to say, as always. Well, Captain, your resources and status allow you to make use of one of the most blunt and affordable tools of all. Mercenaries. These dogs of war would even be ready and willing to go inside the warp if you paid them well enough. Provide the overseas with some backup from the ranks, and the crisis will be over in mere moments. Abla, call the mercenaries for help. Profit factor -1, tempered by the quarries. Stop the riot immediately. Efficiency -1, trampled cold banner. Now, yeah, call the mercenaries. I'm sure these well-armed dogs of war will make quick work of the rubble. Wonderful. As the mercenary shuttles arrived at the cargo port, the docks lit up with crimson flashes of Lasgan fire. Eager to prove themselves and earn a permanent contract with Rogue Trader, these dogs of war were well motivated to put up a fierce fight. Under the onslaught of such skilled forces, the convicts quickly surrendered. The leaders of the conspiracy, the cultists of the Final Dawn, are trapped in the mines. They have surrounded the strange dog Xeno obelisk covered with glyphs, trying to awaken it from its slumber. The glyphs on it were similar to those that the mad convicts were drawing. The monster's construction contained enough energy to tear the planet apart. By heroically disrupting the cultist plan, the guards have disrupted the terrible machine. Instead of exploding, the obelisk committed a blistering heatwave, melting itself and turning those around it to ash. Wherever 6 had been saved. That sounds like a Necron obelisk, monolith, whatever. Raidabase pass for the outcasts or repentance of the lost, which is the Drusians that I like. It requires over 60,000 and gives me a new sword. Master of the Shadowy Expanse feature, 10 intelligence, fellowship and willpower. That's a good bonus. Weber 6 is the far reach of the expanse. Many influential people seeking refuge from the law and faith would pay well if one to turn this one into a suitable sanctuary. That is, you will not find... Honestly, the thing is that this is for the Fellowship of the Void. This is for people that flee the faith and law, and fleeing the faith is not something we do here. Gives me plus 10 and adamantine. Adamantine is the thing I know. Xeno artifacts and phlogiston. Extractum igniferna is promethium. Captive Xenos. Acquiring captives from the enemies of humanity for use in forced labor is a possible way to replenish the workforce. 18 people, but profit factor and security down. Right, first Earthbreaker. Dargonos. What can we build here? Soda goods or Caspalica auction? Both no. Pleasing the tired. Complacency and efficiency. We have the Adeptus Arbiters. The Bastion requires missionaries, which I believe is a Foulstone project. We have the requisition for investments and collect additional report sources from the Scholar Proganium. The fate of millions of orphans whose parent fell in the fire that gripped the expanse. Librarium. This is the right place to establish a secret librarium where scholars of the kind will free to share the knowledge of delve into the forbidden. That sounds... yeah, Caspalica, that's a no. Society of Cartographers. That's probably actually better. Woebringer is... that's a Drukhari weapon, isn't it? So has an additional shove attack action that pushes the enemies away. If an enemy cannot be pushed, the wielder is pushed away instead. This attack is an additional wielder's agility bonus damage. Interesting. So the Scholar Proganium it will be. For that we need the Bastion. For that we need the Missionaries. Pleasing the tired. I am running out of phlogiston. So I'm gonna check the other planets first. My Lordship, Janus is reporting about a disaster. Ghostly Xenos figures that appear at dusk and go away at dawn. In a ravenous swarm, they attack one agricultural facility each night, freezing everything they touch. The attacks take place in the complexes closest to the uncontrolled sector of the planet, where nature itself is turned against us. Fortunately, not too many facilities were damaged. Our irreconcilable struggle has moved the borders of the affected sector. The important production lines have survived. What do we know about these races? Not much. They are incorporeal and difficult to discern, but they happen to have Eldari features. Their spirits draw the warmth out of humans, plants, and inanimate objects, but it seems that they do not hunt consciously, but rather they simply do not notice anything in their way. At dawn they dissolve into a mist. The races also differ among themselves. Some are as dark as the void, and others shine like the stars on the night sky. What is spawning these races? Is it the corrupted sector? Most likely. They gather at its borders at the break of dawn and whirl in a wild dance, howling and destroying all living things, then disperse into thousands of fading flashes. The agricultural facilities that happen to be in the way of the dance fall into disrepair. Something isn't right. The race appear at the planet's outskirts and rush towards the heart of the contaminated region instead of invading from within it. Furthermore, the differences may suggest that there are two groups of race opposing each other. By fire and sword! What will think my advisors? Instead of relying on the wicked ways to solve these problems, it would be better to turn to our good priests. They are skilled exorcists and ecclesiarchy and know how to drive out dark spirits. Invite these team specialists to Janus. Priests will not leave the children in a time of need. A group of haggard priests dressed in holy robes and accompanied by a retinue of repentant flagellants have arrived on Janus. Armed with scriptures and lasguns, they led a flog into battle against the inhuman wraiths. The race did not disappear completely after the battle, but they have started to appear less often and avoid human settlements. Good. It actually worked. Missionaries, missionaries, missionaries. Is that something I can still do? Oh wait, that's Fauststone, not Janus. Right. Great Fire. Master of Flame feature. Will melt all I steal additional damage. I need phlogiston. Can you provide phlogiston for me? Payment organs. That's large increase in types may be supplemented by decree that addresses the current shortfalls in other ways. Secret lair for the Caspalica mission. That's probably a no. Scriptorum schools as people. Xenos. The Lost. Fellowship of the Void. No. Have some payment and organs for profit factor. And Foulstone. Lord Captain's presence will be required. Missionaries. Or the Crucible. Profit factor provisions. Holy Man. And 20 temporary when a character uses the origin ability. Yeah. Anyway, first missionaries, so we can then do the other thing on... Apparently we're already done, holy shit. Captive Xenos. We need a lot more people. Yeah, grab some Captive Xenos, grab some Extractium Inferna, and then the Repentance of the Lost requires reputation with the Drusians. Sometimes they do stuff immediately, and I do not get it. The power of plasma. Euphrates 2 is lost, the data mechanics is now seeking new citadels for the hallowed production lines. Kiva Gamma can become a secret assembly set for plasma drives endowed with the Emperor's grace. I need reputation for that first. This Skyberry on the other hand is kind of just funny. Because it's basically just a giant fucking gun. So Kiva Gamma can house workshops that will forge void ships weapons. Euphrates 2 is lost, the data mechanicus now seek new citadels for the hallowed production lines. Kiva can set up a research complex for warp technologies, dangerous, closely guarded secret of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Security. So, this is all... Oh, 21 mechanisms. Do I need 21 more mechanisms? Maybe. Weapons... This is profit factor. Ethereal visor. Psi rating is increased by 1. Ooh. Yeah, Verbus has finished. We can now... No, this requires repentant Drusians Durgonos. We can build Pleasing the Tired. Execute that. Janus is currently already building something. Foulstone has finished this. Crucible requires Phlogiston, Holy Defenders, Sacred Command, and the Reliquary. Okay, you require a Crucible. Okay. What I think I might want to do... I have level ups. This Planted Void Station I'm pretty sure I've already been on. Actually multiple times. And yeah, that's just the normal void station there. Return.
Guide my path to glory.
Alright. Leave. I think I'm gonna check Veabus 6 first. And honestly, the more I hear about the planet, it definitely seems more and more like there are Necrons about. Muro. I can grab that plasteel. Though to be fair, I probably should check for Phlogiston first. That reminds me, other contracts I can grab. Weapons, chemicals, or adamantine. Provisions, plasteel. Do I need provisions? 5 weapons for 7 provisions, yeah, that's fine. Rebels, 7 chemicals for 12 plasteel. That's not fine. Mech Sages, adamantine, 4 mechanisms, that's fine. A Rocky Vault, the Explorator Void Station. Oh, that reminds me, I can actually just go to the High Factotum to trade items. Extract that. To the bridge I go. Send stuff to the Drusians. I need 60,000 with the Drusians to build the sanctuary, not the sanctuary, the repentance thing on Veabus. But first, I'm probably gonna have to check there first directly, because again, it sounds very much like Necrons. Which, fun fact, are my favorite faction. Where's the High Factotum? There he is. Right. Actually, use a better protector to keep appraised of things. You discovered a world that is home to a long-abandoned colony founded centuries ago by one of your predecessors. A ship was sent there, carrying several thousand colonists, so we were to restore direct settlement. As the ship entered its system and destination, contact was lost with it, and its fate remains unknown. Perhaps you might like to investigate the disappearance of that vessel personally. In addition to that, your lordship, pirates have presented a serious problem for your domain. For centuries, a group of bandits headed by the ship called the Elusive Contempt have been raiding cargo vessels on the way from the Protectorate's most plentiful extractia. Their ability to deftly escape pursuit by patrols has allowed them to operate with complete impunity. The pirates' flagship has been spotted in a nearby system, your lordship. Lord Captain. Lord Captain is sufficiently powerful to finally chase down these brazen scoundrels and bring them to justice. The astropathic choir has received a series of alarming messages concerning the Narmouth's 4 system, where a dangerous space anomaly has supposedly manifested itself. Its nature is unknown, but the fabric of space within the system is reported to be curved and unstable. It is said that any ship entering the region disappears without trace. I believe we ought to be prudent and steer clear of that system. There is something else, though, Captain. The ship's astrobaths have caught echoes of alarming messages. Unidentified ships abandoned by the crews have been spotted in several systems of the Expanse. It may only be a rumor, but those who encounter them have gone missing. That is all, your lordship. Shipping and transportation of some goods. How much do I have for the Drusians? 75,000. So I don't actually need that much with them. Side untradeable. Sort by type. I'm gonna keep a little bit of fuel around. I need, what, 2,500? That should easily be possible. Holy gifts give the most, but I have so much melee weaponry, it's fine. Uniform kits. That's armor. Armor kits. 2,400. Provisions for another 100. Trade. Up to 60,000. Which is the max reputation. Interesting. Very good. And I do have enough to... I can buy an Adeptus Astartes helmet. Neat. I have enough to just buy out their entire stock. Virtue of Content. I can actually buy multiple Astartes helmets. I still cannot buy any power armor. Triumph of Faith. The sword ignores deflection. Yo. What? The enemies that provided me the most issue was always... Where automatically performs a melee attack with a primary weapon against all adjacent... Oh, that's good. Was always like the big turrets and demons who have deflection out the ass. Has the highest initiative in combat. That's also neat. Kazakun, whereas 100% cover efficiency against the heretics but never dodges them. Also they suffer minus 50% less damage from heretics, okay. Use a grenade that hits at least 3 enemies at once for the first time in combat. The action does not spend AP. I want these... Is this a... This is a heavy flamer, huh? That's a large area attack. Cadian Crystal and Karpas. Staff of the Righteous Power. That is Emperor's Wrath. I'm gonna give that to... Ooh! Ignores the dodge of Xenos, Demons, and Psychic. That sounds amazing. God, what do I want to say? Yeah, the biggest issue was always the big turrets and demons that have deflection out the wazoo because nothing deals damage. Reject the Flash Strength Scale Power Armor. They wear gains plus 2 AP and plus 2 MP if they kill an enemy. Ooh, that's also kinda neat. And Modified Artificer Armor, which is Power Armor. Heavy weapons cost 1 AP less. Unfortunately, I don't have heavy weapons. So, next... The Imperial Navy, because they have different trading lists. Well, they have changed his image. Sentinel engine, pattern S, Galleon, and avoid Sunderland's battery. That sounds neat. Then, Explorators, which you're just gonna get everything else. Select tradable by type, ascending order, get some fuel and some mechanics creations out in case I need them, some ranged weaponry out in case I need them, provisions and armor. That's fine, 8,300 up to 24. Focus melter gun. Pestis Carpus, Omniscient Holy Symbol. I'm gonna check what they do later. A Mars Pattern Power Axe. Is that two-handed? No, one-handed. Abolition Inhibitor. Holy Power Armor, I want that. Also, you go down to 35. Okay. I'm still not gonna trade with either of those. Alright, inventory. Let's see. Weapons. Date from newest to oldest, exactly. We have Carcalla's Honor, which we already had multiple times. You definitely take the Righteous Justice. Like, no question about that. I don't even know what is my current dogmatic votary. So I have the second and ignore deflection. And dodge and deflection of Xenos, Demons, and Psychers. That sounds amazing. The Craven's Bane is basically just a sword. That's fine. Triumph of Faith, that's 100, 100, 100. And you don't have heavy weapon proficiency, so that also doesn't help. Now, we have Artificer Armor, which is a power armor. And has 85% armor and 10 armor deflection. Power armor proficiency. That was the armor wearing power armor. Base armor property plus 20 strength. Sounds amazing. And will reduce incoming damage of average enemy attacks in this chapter by minus 94%. I love to hear it. So... also looks amazing. And we have this little funny backpack now. That you kind of always have to have if you... It looks immediately a lot better. The heavy Xenomesh is heavy. I think he's the only one with heavy armor proficiency, so just toss this into the cargo zone. Yeah, cargo. Caridian Castellan Carpus. The wearer can fail any willpower toughness test in combat. Base armor 15% if the wearer's toughness is more than 70. Which we currently have. But this is medium, it requires Zealot. Dragon Scale Power Armor. Once per round. Right, this is only for Pascal. This stuff. I definitely do want the Blade Wing. I do want that on him. Where you can spawn all the MP to just teleport somewhere and then attack with an AoE. That sounds amazing. This is definitely for Pascal. Use a major psychic power to gain willpower bonus to all psychic power damage until the end of the next turn. That's irrelevant. Adapters Astartes equipment, unfortunately, I think will not come into play. Did not spend MP during the turn, they double their cover efficiency and gain immunity to forced movement. Goes onto cargo. Wear of these boots gain 2 times strength bonus to parry and rerolls failed dodge test. That sounds good for Abelard. This sounds good for Argenta. Wearer always has the highest initiative in combat. When the wearer uses a controlled shot, any enemies adjacent to the wearer will suffer. Well, irrelevant. I don't have anybody who has controlled shot. Except for maybe Argenta, and she is not using that. Okay. Where's my UI up there? Anyway, Argenta, Cassia, you don't really, you go, the Power Maul is just a normal Power Maul. Triumph of Faith, that probably goes to Abelard. That is a power level 15. The Focus Melter Gun is a light melter gun. Heavy Flamer, a heavy Bolter, Mousepad and Power Axe. You probably also just go into cargo. Cassia doesn't really have any items here that she would want. So, next. Heinrichs. You are definitely gonna take the stick. Instead of that, instead of the Corpuscari Oath. Even though I do like the irradiation option, but irradiated effect, decreasing all healing received by 50%. I'm gonna be honest, radiation doesn't happen all that often. Kirkall's Honor Triumph of Faith is a power sword. So next, Pascal, you cannot wear this, I believe, because you don't have power armor proficiency. It would be a lot better than what you currently have. So I'm gonna try and give you power armor proficiency, but I don't think it's gonna happen. And then I think the bolter also goes to the Cargo Argenta Flamer. Because that just sounds amazing. And then you get this sword. If success opponents with the power, so they immediately counterattack with whichever attack costs the least AP. It also grants plus 30% bonus to parry. Well, this is ignore deflection, and I think the ignore deflection is more important. Stupor, whenever the from these critical damage to becomes stunned. I think I'm just gonna give you the melter. Alright. Cargo, 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 and cargo. This is going to cargo because it's neat, but we're probably gonna not really gonna use that. Okay. Add to cargo, add these two to cargo, because I do not have a space spray and I probably never will. Right, cargo, cargo. Then Argenta can take these boots. No, the ones I have are like more. Abelard against plus 4 damage against enemies who have no adjacent allies, only applies to first. So the range of the reverse dash and charge abilities increased by... No. Take the additional parry. Add to cargo. The fuck? Where is my... That's a pause. What? Divine support. Grants plus 1 resolve. Apparently we... I forgot to turn my phone off. Apparently we just talked with him. Nice, the banner of synchronization is relic left behind. Right. I can't even see who needs to be leveled up because this is missing. Muro 79. Explorer to Void Station. Can I talk with you? No signal. I think it is time to go to no, I said Veabus first, and then I also have from Mundos Valencias a little shortcut there. Mundos Nolos. Nothing happened. There's abandoned palace. Mundos Nullius. Ice World. Can I melt that? Also, rumor contract still. One rumor. Stone Star, Xenos on a rampage. Right, beholding the truth. 100 Dreams Crossroad. Oh, that reminds me. Void management. So these two are actually, I believe, new. Newest from old to the oldest. So this is the Accurate Pattern Plasma Battery, which we have replaced with the Archaeotech. Long range, short range, done. Memory of the Daring. This amount is doubled against enemy kinetic attacks, so that's just straight up better. The Void Thunder Lance Battery, which is a medium range lance weapon within a wide firing arc, which I do prefer. 13 speed with strong acceleration and braking. I think that's probably better. And then the Golden Galleon Adamantine Voyager plating. It has more on the port on starboard and 5 the same on all other sides, so it's also just straight up better. Add to cargo, 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 and add to cargo. Good. Upgrade? Not yet. Should probably assign people there. Supreme Commander, yeah, you. Athletics, warp channeler. And then, honestly, I am lacking people. I am lacking quite a few people. So, Iceberg. Abandoned Palace. I don't think I've been here before.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
And again, my UI is missing. Is there options? Display? No. Controls, other character, color management. Is there a hide UI? Mod menu, let's switch user, control F11. Okay. I would like to see everything, please. I guess it's probably the 9, but that's formation. Game statistics control, no. Showground encounter tutorial, no, this is the tutorial, this game controls. Abilities. So I guess that's just a bug? Which I hate that happened. Accessibility does nothing for that. Yeah. That's kind of annoying. Meaning I'm gonna save and load back in. And see if that fixes anything. It stopped raining, I noticed. It did. Okay. So, have a level up, which Forceful Strike from crossing the next mini attack puts the enemy away. Itself but equal to Strength +2. Reckless, armor penetration and strength bonus damage, ignores target's parry. Every enemy who has an attack enhanced but will attack the warrior in return, including creatures with ranged weapons. Yeah, sure. Then choose a skill, which I don't even know what you are best at, but it's yeah, it's athletics. Athletics and carousing, I believe. Then you have the Forceful Strike, I think. Push enemies away. What are you best at? You are best at athletics, but not as good as Athela or Liam. Demolition. Argenta has 130. Logic, Low Imperium, Low Warp, Luzinos. Low Warp is actually very low for all of us. You're also less good in Medicaid. It's kind of weird. Anyway, you will be my resident warp scholar. Concentrated fire made by ranged area attack made by the soldier deals Additional damage and additional dodge reduction. We now have an area attack. We already had one for a while, but now we have one even better. Pascal. Intimidation, joint analysis, technical knowledge. Operation removes all exploits stuck. All allies gain exploits removed. Armor on turn of combat, 4 more exploits are removed. Operative gains 2 against damage. Sounds good. I know it's good. You have 174 in logic and 142 in tech use. So since you are basically my logic and tech use boy, that is it. Sword of Faith. Units in enough combat weapon to Psychosan is placed by a sword made of sheer will. Sword has a single attack and an area attack, like a two-handed sword, and can be used to release a cone of fire or a line of fire like a flamer. Same as Purge Soul, uses force weapon, all the bonuses from the force weapon remain. For the purposes of talents and other bonuses, the Sword of Faith counts as a force weapon. Increasing damage by the sword of the sword by the Psycho's resolve. For that, I kind of think I'd first need Purge Soul. So I'm gonna take Purge Soul first, and then Sword of Faith. I can take archetype abilities. I can take next level. Okay. You take Lure Xenos, which is, yeah, your main thing, considering that you're a member of the Order of Xenos. And then you can take Mend Reality. It increases will degradation by 1 willpower bonus points. Okay, that's good. Scourge of the Red Tide. The creature is in it, and as it begins the turn, the area suffers from Navigator's willpower bonus to 4 plus 2 times Navigator's damage. The zone remains for 3 rounds until the Navigator creates it again. So, one fun thing, should have path them in reality, touch of anger, spot of apathy. One fun thing that Cassia can do is Notch of Purpose and then Point of Curiosity with the thing that deals damage based on their movement. The damage she deals in my other play is insane. She basically wipes out half the enemy team in a second. In their first turn, half the enemy team is dead. And to be fair, it's mostly just the grunts, so whatever. Bloodsign Decree. A decree of gubernatorial will. By the grace of the God Emperor of mankind, we, Jamin Nigel von Powen, for the good of our world and deliverance of our people from the wrath of the heavens and the fury of the distant stars, hereby command to provide for the needs of the governor's office, no more and no fewer than 20 faithful young men and maidens picked in accordance with our instruction, each 7th rotation around the heavenly body. Robust and firm in body and spirit, voluptuous in shape, of similar height and stature, dainty and beautiful, fair of hair, with eyes the color of midday sky, so shall it be. Well, that sounds Slaneshi. That doesn't sound very Emperor of you. Bonebreak, come on. With it, full prone again, random trauma. A random trauma? Holy shit. That kinda sounds amazing. Who would I give that to? I do kinda want to keep that. And you have a first sword. But honestly, this is kind of already better. Because that actually sounds kind of amazing. Just apply trauma. Break into the safe. Tech use 100%. Another one. What if you Crusade Plague Growth? Whenever the bird deals damage with a heavy weapon to an enemy, the enemy suffers +1 stack of Perplexed. Where the attack also inflict. That sounds amazing for Argenta. They immediately strike back. If this attack deals damage, the bird performs kick to push the enemy away. Adeptus Astartes equipment. The wheeler performs a heroic act of desperate measure. They gain +2 AP, +6 MP, and 2 times toughness bonus temporary wound. Right, I don't have Adeptus Astartes, so unfortunately that's gonna have to wait. That actually does sound amazing. Do I want to give you this instead? Because, well, it's a toughness test, so they can just ignore it. You're the only ones with heavy weapons. Primary weapon by 1. Each time if the enemy is killed, perplexed is inflicted on all other creatures within a 2-cell radius. 3 already on the target, the wearer attacks also inflicts staggered for 2 rounds. That is basically just a better version of this, so yeah. Add the cargo. And for select boots. Whenever they parry. This is just a basically infinite dodge. Since he's also using a lot of psi powers. Desiccated manuscripts date back a dozen centuries. This place is probably one of the oldest outposts of the Imperium. In the Expanse.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Okay, yeah, that does not look great. There are combat servitors. And we found some goods here. Broken rocks. I cannot go on like this alone. I cannot. I served my master loyally as did my father and his father before that, but this cannot continue. No, no, I am tired. To bury the corpses of murderers and traitors to the Imperium is the noble thing to do, but now I must conceal the deaths of these innocent young men and women. They are almost children. Cursed be the day when the government became the ruler of this world. I will break this vicious circle. This I promised. Tonight I will flee the state and together we will journey to the Star Speakers. They will warn the servants of the God Emperor about the heresy lurking in these walls. They will return for us. They will save us. Just wait for me. Just wait until I return. So, while we did come, it's probably a bit late. Okay, this is blocked off, so this is actually the only way forward. Yes.
Know your duty.
There are ancient servitors and a bunch of combat servitors. Can I talk with these? Our old and obsolete and organic parts have been replaced with properly sized counterparts. Check use skull. Open it up. Not sure how Cassia found. Well, she's a navigator. Maybe that's how she found it through the wall. Loot those goods.
Let us walk this path to the end.
How are you still alive? Right, chaos corruption, probably. A lushly dressed, vaguely human-like carcass sits reclined in a massive Calixine oak armchair. Colors brownish blue patches cover the dead flesh, overlapping one another like snake scales. One of the hands, claws of exposed bone, supports a grotesquely bloated face. The creature's chest remains motionless and its eyes stay tightly closed. It is hard to say whether it is dead, asleep, or merely lying in wait. Hendrix raises a hand, commanding you to stop, and then presses an index finger to his lips. His face is more tense than usual, and there is a semblance of doubt in his eyes. The interrogator gestures towards the exit. I want to leave this place right now. Cassie covers her mouth with both hands, trying to speak quietly even as her body's shaking. Let me navigate despite open, my eyes are brimming with terror. Retreat to the entrance. Grove Napple. A twisted, guttural voice bursts from the throat of the creature behind you. It roars with laughter. The yellow pupils lure you in with an unnatural glow. The disfigured lips twisting, stretching the smile wider and wider. Until the thin skin bursts with a sharp snap, revealing row after row of pointed teeth. Is this a vampire? God, Emperor, hear your daughters, please. May you grant my hand such that this heresy no longer defies the ground upon which his servants tread. Sharp scales break away from dense skin with every shot as the creature's flesh explodes, reducing its ugly carcass to bloody pulp. The mutilated face, completely stripped of skin and even bones, grins at you with the demented smile of a severed jaw. Do not think me a coward, Lord Captain, but I would prefer to leave this place as soon as we can. Who knows how many such creatures lurk in Plaza's depths. The creature's flesh starts swiftly regenerating before your very eyes. Within seconds, the bones are once again fused together. The vessels, internal organs, and nervous systems grow back. A spatter of blood flows back toward the carcass, being absorbed through the exposed tissue and rapidly recovering scale-marked skin. The same creature is standing before you a moment later, but this time its fiery yellow is burning with anger. Saying something. I do not like playing with my food. The creature angrily shakes its chin in an effort to remember human speech. its gels melding into its shoulders and faintly glowing ribcage. A peculiar accessory shaped like a scarab and covered in luminous vermilion glyphs has painfully lodged itself into the flesh of the creature, something that undoubtedly used to be a man. That sounds... Peculiar accessory shaped like a scarab and covered in luminous vermilion glyphs. Yeah, that sounds Necron. You ever heard of the powerful Xeno artifacts from distant Halo stars? Oh, the Halo stars, right. I heard of those. Discovered by humanity millennia ago. Artifacts that belong to a race more ancient than the most venerable among the Eldari. Artifacts most impure, fatally dangerous, forbidden in the Empyrean on threat of the cruelest of tortures, and yet capable of granting the darkest of human desires. A means to cheat death and to embrace life eternal. Rogue traders stay back. The bearer of the Halo device pose a grave threat even to the finest agents of the Inquisition. They fast, strong, immune to poisons, and immortal. Begone, monster. The elucidator first in the twisted speech taking root in your mind like a pestilent weed. The creature continually smacks it up with finely tasted savory flesh again.
The impure cannot escape their fate.
So you have 2,145 health. Choosing the game, and then of his turn, the corrupted noble chooses prey, applying the game for a feast effect on them. Creatures with this effect suffer 50% more damage from the noble's attacks. If noble hits this target, he regains 10% wounds and removes this effect. Hunting down. Moves to the nearest servitor with either searching for blood or searching for fear effect active. This movement does not provoke attacks of opportunity. If there are servers with such effect, the corrupted neighbor stays put. Bestial Rage. Weapon skill and strength, natural armor. Yeah, needs to be weakened. Switches negative effect. Yeah, combat master. The transformed. Has an unnatural immunity to stun, slow, and stagger effect, yet he permanently suffers 3 stacks of the disturbed effect. Grim Satisfaction. The corrupted restores 5% of his maximum wounds for each creature with bleeding in combat. Nova's 125% more fire damage. Holy shit. We're against the following: strength, toughness, agility, and perception. Agility instead of intelligence, toughness instead of willpower, and strength instead of fellowship. Immunity to injuries and traumas, regenerates toughness bonus plus divided by 2 wounds per turn. Any damage to deal is increased by 1% at the end of combat, while the intelligence, willpower, and fellowship is reduced by 1, no less than 1 until the end of combat. But the intelligence, willpower, and such doesn't matter anyway. Cassia back here, Argenta back here. We need to kill the combat servitors. Probably immediately. And they have feast preparations. Loyal Centound. Saturate blood if there's a bleeding enemy in 5-cell radius. Saturate the enemy without the bleeding effect on 5-cell radius. Okay. We're just gonna block the man. Abelard, you can go here to start with. And Pascal, you go there, I believe. Pascal's job is gonna be killing the servitors. Cassie, on the other hand, look at him. And he immediately starts burning. Love that. Frontline. Backline. And rear. And then we buff Athena. This is Navigator decreases Veil degradation by 8. That's good. Unfortunately, there's not really warp damage and damage from psychic powers in this one. So that's probably not gonna help all that much. Increase your damage, increase your warp thing. Also, more castigating stacks. Does this apply bleeding? No. This one cancels full cover for its allies and grants adjacent allies half of its own deflection against targets. Right. You as well will first off deal with the servitors. The corrupted noble only acts at the end of the turn. Search for the opening.
It will be done.
And then stab him. And in this case, for example, here's for deflection, which would reduce the damage by 4. Now it does not matter. Lovely stuff. This is the new attack from the warrior. Have a bit of deflection because you're out in the open.
At your beck and call.
And we can actually still charge this guy. He only has a bolter, I guess. Yeah, bolt. Heinrichs can go ahead and buff the team, except Argenta.
Throne's glory. Naturally.
Buff the team. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why do you have 7 action points? What? Right.
Let's see to it.
Why? Oh shit, they have 500 health as well. Buff yourself. Buff yourself. Or heal yourself.
I won't
Buff. I can have a heal, or I can debuff the noble. And I think I'll debuff the noble. And then we can charge a man. But I think I won't do that. Okay, Heinrichs is kind of trapped, but he should be able to survive that easily. Pascal. That allows you to shoot. Machine Spirit Banishment. These are, yeah, level 1. I think the Ancient Servitors are actually level 4. So I'm gonna mark those as prey. Because Pascal's job will also be to kill those afterwards, since he will, I'm pretty sure, deal the most damage to them. With enough time he will probably actually do the most damage to every enemy, considering that he has infinitely stacking damage.
Function successfully terminated.
Apply some debuffs on that combat servitor back there. And then you will just taunt him. Was he affected? Yes. This is the Blade Wings. Which costs 1 AP, but 1 AP for an AoE attack? Definitely acceptable. I don't think I need the deflection against ranged attacks in this case. Just slap him. I missed. And then you can just shoot down this range. But probably with a bit more. I forgot to turn on the confident approach again. How annoying.
I'll do it.
The Flamer, I believe, are all area attacks, aren't they? I think all of the Flamer attacks are ranged, are area. I think he's confused. Alright, he indeed was confused.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Buff Heinrichs. And buff Heinrichs. And buff Heinrichs. And then give him an extra turn. Power swing, hit. Is this only on strikes? No.
For the throne's
Hit
glory.
them. They succeeded the toughness test, unfortunately. But they do have bad blood now. I think Abelard's probably better off also trying to kill the servitors. Abelard should also deal a good amount more damage than Heinrichs, if he hits. Good, and... oh, that's a next attack thing, not a
Victory is imminent.
attack an enemy, okay. They do no damage. I think I want that on you as well. We are at 200 momentum, so hit them. Not sure why it didn't hit him. Get an extra attack. I think I should probably switch it around a bit so we get the versatility stacks, armor, and give yourself a heal. No, take the endure.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Parry. Wonderful. Pascal can move forward. Not sure why you have so low movement. Oh, you have to walk around that. Yeah, okay, that explains that then. Kill the combat servitors. Combat servitors, thankfully, already damaged. And again, only have a bolter. Because those could be a real problem. They could be a real problem otherwise.
Everything with unshakable faith.
That's the blade wings. $87 damage. The problem is he heals for like 5% of his wounds. Flamer attack. Burn him. Haha, I like that. Right, and then you can do that.
Power resides in the will of the righteous.
Unfortunately, we would hit Heinrichs, so rather shoot. No good targets. Running gun.
That is not the
Cannot do that.
Emperor's will.
Yeah, on those two. Concentrated attack for higher damage.
I will not.
Oh no, line of sight to the target. That's sad, right. Just shoot in this direction then. I forgot that's also an area attack. He's confused again. I'm pretty sure he wants to move somewhere. But can't. With either searching for blood or searching for feed effect, direct path to movement does not After with such effect, the corrupt noble stays put. I think he cannot move. Is he immobilized? Or is it because he's taunted? I don't know. But it's a bit weird and it kind of makes... It kind of takes away any challenge of this.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Buff Abelard. Buff Abelard. Yeah, out of range. I think that's fine then. Give us a bit of buff. Just generally.
Just a minor setback. My place
You
is
move
under
over there. Stab him. Then aim for the opening.
Indeed.
-12 armor, -3 deflection until the end of... I should use that more often.
I will do my duty.
Do I have vulnerable? Yes. They do no damage. So I'm really not all that concerned. One of them parried. Buff. Apply it to everyone. Then have a normal strike. For more versatility stacks. Buff Abelard with some regeneration, I think. And then we go. To over here. Kill this one. Then kill this one. Additional damage there, and yeah, that's fine. Normal things.
And so it shall be done.
Oh wait, that's the reckless attack, yeah. For now, I think that's fine.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Doubt is for the weak.
Be intentional.
It indeed was intentional. Now we can do that. Control 4. Concentrated fire, increase the damage. And he's just standing around again. So yeah, I don't know what exactly I did, but I don't know exactly what I did, but it kind of completely defeated the purpose of this combat, I believe.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Right,
It
Do
will
that.
be done
do that,
at your beck and call.
do that. Hear him.
Someone else can do this.
Wonderful. Hit them.
Naturally.
One is gone. Perfect.
Throne's glory. Your reckoning is...
Second is gone. Perfect. Heal yourself.
Let's see to it.
Then
Won't
buff
object to it.
and buff Athela, I believe. Drop a skull. Shoot. And then shoot again. It's one field too far out, goddammit. Reload your plasma then. The plasma takes ages to reload.
The Emperor commands.
Like, not really a whole lot to do, yeah. I think I'm gonna do that and just slap him about a bit.
And so shall it be done.
I don't know why I suddenly deal so much damage, but I'll take it. Why do I suddenly take so much damage? Also, why isn't it in the combat log? No, well, whatever. Reload your flamer.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my
And, burn them.
This is why I was chosen.
Alright, then. Wildfire.
As the Emperor commands, I
For a wildfire.
I refuse.
Okay, apparently not. Apparently the cost of the next attack isn't reduced to 0. Honestly, if this guy ever actually attacked, the combat would be a challenge, but I think, yeah, something is definitely broken.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I won't go down easy. Victory is imminent.
Oh, the servitors are dead. So let's see if this dude now actually does anything.
Let's see to it.
Holy terror, smite your enemies.
Or we just keep standing around.
I will not. Rejoice in service.
Or maybe we just kill him before he can do anything.
Each strike is a prayer.
Halo device. Plus 25 strength, toughness, agility, and perception. Use agility instead of intelligence, toughness instead of willpower, and strength instead of fellowship. The thing is, it's a really good item, especially because strength, toughness, and agility are the only stats my boy Athela Liam actually needs. Nothing else. However, it's a heretical Xeno device, so off it goes. And then the Tempestus Carpus. Also don't need that. Ah, some more goods I overlooked.
With each step,
That also kind of explains why he was eating people. If I recall correctly, the Halo device does give unnatural urges, like eating people. So he just wanted to be immortal and got transformed into a monster. So, that area has been cleansed, as it should be. And then, one-way road. What is this? What is this rumor? One-way road. Rumor. One-way road. There has been an unsuccessful attempt to restore an abandoned colony in Munus Nullius. The colonist ship went dark shortly after its arrival in the system. Mundus Nullius. Ah? Really? I didn't see anything. The Continental what, maybe? Valley of Sleep? No. One-way road. Abandoned colony. Maybe it went somewhere else. Sure, whatever. It's only plus deal, but... And then here we only have the abandoned palace. Right. Check the other areas in the rumor zone. Maybe it went somewhere else afterwards. Nope. Okay, 2 Manus Valancius. Where Dargonus is. What breach? Young early fiend spraying through the source of disease, walked the lower ducks, gathering a code of infected voidsmen. Yes. Give them weapons. Victory over the rogue traders' enemies came at a high price. Still, the decks have been cleansed of warp spawn, albeit it took the bloods of hundreds of voidsmen to wash away any evidence of their presence. But that's fine, that's what they're there for. Veabus 6 is in Mortis Aces, I believe. What do we have here? Another anomaly. I would like to visit, please. Yeah, the anomaly there. However, there is phlogiston to be had. And I will nab that. Also, we have a cursor book. Phlogiston. Nab it. And the plus steel as well, why not? And then provisions on the ocean world. That should allow me to grab some additional buildings, some additional projects. Here, I thought we needed phlogiston. Yes. And then we can Holy Defenders arbitrate Solomon's Virus armor, which is heavy armor. Where it hits a criminal enemy, that enemy gets... What exactly is a criminal? Blessing of St. Ignatius, +5 to all their... All non-Xenos allies gain +5 to all their characteristics and skills. That's kinda neat. Or the Reliquary, which is Piety's Church. All collisions caused by the Thunderhammer's pushing attacks deal 300% more damage. All targets hit by this Thunderhammer must pass an agility resistance test or fall prone. No. Sacred Comet. I think. Monastery damaged by the Crucible will be rebuilt. While the cathedral is being erected from the ruins, the noble monks who scour the archives find evidence of a million connection between St. Ignatius and Van Valencia's dynasty. Sounds right. The holy remains of the monastery, which was damaged by the launch of the Crucible, will be transferred to Foestone's moon. Equipped with drives, the weaponized moon will leave the orbit, set out on a crusade as a temple comet. I love how that is something they can do. Reliquary Monastery, having been damaged by the launch of the Crucible, which transferred aboard the Von Valencia's flagship as a great reliquary and shelter for the Order of the Hammer. No, Sacred Comet. Ship it around. Complete any development project of the highest difficulty. Huh, nice. What else can we do here? Secret Lair, Great Fire. Master of Flame. Xenos Toxicant, The Lost. No. Secret Lair for Casbelica, I believe. That's also a no. The Scriptorum School. Cities deserves to read and does produce educated self supervision of monks would be as useful as it would be dangerous. But it's good enough. It's fine. Execute that. Faustin has an event. Look, Captain, the Crucible's great sculpting is underway. Faustin is being transformed right before our eyes into a virtual world with lush groves and clean water. However, there is evidence that the Crucible has also created humans. From the mouth of the wreck came several thousand people who, speaking in an archaic form of Low Gothic, demanded to be given orders. They cultivate land, build houses, and production facilities with obedience and, in general, have a remarkable range of skills and knowledge. However, it seems that these people completely lack their own free will, and for this the monks have named them Touched. There is a split among the believers, and though many call it a miracle sent by the Emperor himself and want to quickly put the touch to work, a part of the population is frightened by these soulless creatures born from the ancient machine. They demand that the planet's learned men intervene in the great sculpting and find a way to stop the production of the touched. How dangerous are they? They do not appear to pose a threat. The autopsy of several specimens has shown that they are physiologically identical to ordinary humans. No trace of corruption or xenotampering were found either. However, their obedience is a double-edged sword. They obey any orders without knowing or caring who gives them, and thus nothing prevents a cunning intruder from bending them to their will, creating an army of obedient slaves or spies at their disposal. The property of the Order of the Hammer let them continue to serve their believers, exterminate the touch, and make the changes of the great sculpting to prevent them from being created again. What think my officers and advisors? They were born by the relic of St. Cognatus, which means they please the Emperor. We have to remind people of it. Arrange a public ceremony of Tunsa to initiate the touched into the Order of the Hammer and the service dedicated to reading parables about the acts of St. Cognatus and as follows. Lack of wool. Registering a high probability of manufacturing figgy within the Crucible's sacred processes, it is recommended to dispose of the finished batch of units and halt production of new ones. The algorithm of the great sculpting requires further examination. Lose efficiency. Prevents the touch the property of the Order of the Hammer. Public touches ceremony. Icons of the touched. Yeah, no. To study Crucible's algorithms, dispose of the touched. The knowledge will be extracted by any means necessary. The touched did not try to defend themselves or to resist in any way. They have accepted death in much the same way as they lived life, quietly and obediently. The unrest among the citizens has simmered, and the great sculpting has continued as before, but the development rates of fertile land have noticeably declined without the touched. The Tank Priest's investigation uncovered a number of defects in the operation of the birthing vats within the Crucible. It was these defects that caused such strange obedience within the touched. The proposition of making improvements to the sacred relic filled the Tank Priest with the most profound dread, and thus Foulstone was left without its taciturn workers. However, the priceless knowledge extracted by the servants of the Omnicide was a great reward in and of itself. Lord Captain, the situation on Faustin requires your attention. One of the servants tasked with the Crucible's maintenance has declared publicly that he has been liberated of all worldly concerns, for he is none other than the reincarnation of St. Cognatus. There are some extremely questionable reports claiming that he has performed miracles. Supported by a congregation garnered by preaching, he has asked for your lordship's permission to depart from Faustin with the Crucible in tow, so that he may continue St. Cognatus' book and use the relic to transform worlds, once true to the faith of the Imperium, into lush, splendorous gardens. It goes without saying that such generous gift to the coroner's expense could bring great renown to your lordship, but at a heavy cost. Faustin would turn back into waste, and you would lose the prestige that comes with having charge over such a valuable relic. What do we know about the so-called St. Cognatus reincarnate? Tiber Hike, a technomat from Footfall. He now prefers to be called Pure Voice, an unremarkable commoner with no family, gaunt and kept covered in scabs from working the Crucible. He became obsessed with it from the day it was discovered. He never left his maintenance post, never rested, barely ever slept, fasting and living off stimulants and condensate from the relic's cooling circuit. Then he started having revelations and eventually saw the truth, or he went completely insane. His sermons are directed at commoners, appealing to them for humility and mercy. He often speaks about his former life as a saint, and many of these tales match known legends about St. Cognatus. No anarchical pronunciations or radical deviations from the creed have been found in his words. Yet. Right, what do the advisors say? False prophets on the streets are a common occurrence. Their sermons breed turmoil, riots, and acts of disobedience. The Inquisition recommends that such unstable agents be isolated and quietly removed. The arch-enemy's lies take on many guises, but the Emperor's miracles are 100-fold stronger. On more than one occasion, he has bestowed epiphanies upon the faithful, even those of the humblest origin. I myself bear the name of a poor orphan who was granted miraculous powers by his grace. So give me time, and I will find you the most loyal agents to escort Brother Pure Voice on his travels. They will keep him safe if he is pure, or punish him should they sense deceit in his words. I have a feeling that his rebirth is a true wonder. Triumph of Faith, pure voiced fame, efficiency -2, profit factor +2, must be induced. Forcibly unnecessary. What's consecrated weapons? Don't know. Have your agent, yeah, get rid of him. They will see to it that his disappearance is sufficiently mysterious so that the believers delve into speculations about his ascension instead of trying to look for the truth. The pure-voiced prophet mysteriously vanished. Rumors of his miraculous ascension immediately spread among the rabble, and soon there were those claiming to have witnessed the event. Of course, as always. Can I build even better stuff here? Not yet. I think we probably have more to build because... That brings us... Right, Foulstone trophies. What is this? Whenever we're suffers an attack from a demon, a warp damage to inflict burning aid to all adjacent enemies. All burning effects inflicted by the word deal double damage if they target demons or psychics. That's kinda neat. Like, we have an entire additional row here. Janus is lagging a bit behind. Dargonos, the Bastion. Battle Mastery. As you see, some of the best munitions applies for defense of the expanse. Plus 2 to the plating of all sectors. Ooh, I like that. Provisions, people, mechanisms, and weapons. Absolutely. Then Verbus. We, I think, can build the Repentance of the Lost now. Voice of the Peruvian. Reputation with Drusians needs to be over 60,000, which is the maximum, but we get plus 2,500. That kind of makes sense. Voice of the Peruvian. It's a sword. Tools of Killing. Build. The Power of Plasma or Warp Revelations. I kind of want to build the Power of Plasma. Phlogiston, but I need the Reputation. Here I need the Reputation as well. So I'm just going to build a Sky Barrier. Give me weaponry. Also, big gun. Your Lordship, a cryptic message arrived from Kiyovagama. The Fabricator Sensor reports that they have beheld the Eye of the Divine. I request the details from your less devout servants, and they can clarify that the Inquest group, which has been investigating the many inexplicable events that have taken place on the planet, followed a trail of mysterious binaric harmonics and came upon an ancient abandoned data complex. It is connected to the Manufactorum by a maze of communication lines and contains a gargantuan data loom. The mechanism's markings show that its designation, or should I say its rather menacing name, is Null Caliph. I hate that the buttons, the 1, 2, 3 buttons, do not work in this. Null Caliph is immersed in sacred astrogational calculation and has shown no inclination to make contact. The tech priests that connected to it were punished for the intrusion with a lethal ejection of their motive force. The other thing they managed to find out is that the spirit of the data room is not bound with the vows of compliance that would normally restrain a machine spirit of such power. This astoundingly mighty entity bows to no one, driven only by its own aims. That sounds like AI. What is this abandoned complex? It is an ancient production facility for the colony itself. Some assembly lines bear the marks of the Cognizance fleet. Perhaps the forced explorators who came to the Coroner's Expanse set up station on the yet uninhabited planet. This station was then consumed by developing industry colony and eventually forgotten. It is possible that whatever plans they had for it were so clandestine that its creators in death ended up casting it into oblivion. Wouldn't be the first time. The directory contains no data to support this hypothesis. It does, however, contain the designation Null Caliph. The Null Caliph initiative is a project of the fabled Archmagus Opticon 107, whose function was the initial exploration of the Coroner's Expanse. All information on this project was removed from the directory as per the Fleet Conclave's decree following Permissibility Hearing 16. By the same decree, Archmagus Opticon 107 was stripped of his titles as the Conclave's Prolocutor Supremus. I want to know more about this data room. What is it? A sacred computational mechanism of great power. Its body is vast, and the wisdom metal of its machine spirit would befit an imperial titan. Machines of such might and splendor are kept carefully hidden from the eyes of the laity and worshipped on a certain planets as great logos oracles, sacred angels of the Omnissiah, or demigods. Null Caliph's structure includes a remarkable piece of archaeotech, parts of it extending far through Kiyovagama like a void kraken's tentacles. We now know where the warp transmitter modified by Cubus Delphim came from. It must have been part of this mechanism. The data angels that we encountered earlier were born of its cogitational might. Full of vigor, they soar around his computational aura, which radiates into the noosphere. The response to our presence has been favorable thus far. Do we have any idea what it might be calculating? All we have is a hypothesis, according to which Null Caliph can see into the warp, similar to a navigator. Any interaction between technology and the warp is, as you are well aware, kept under the careful supervision of the Adeptus Mechanicus, so you can imagine just how unique this mechanism is. According to the Magi, it can calculate roads through the materium without rest or fear of corruption, given the fact that it has no human soul. They claim that its power is comparable to that of a novator of a navigator house. Apparently, Procedure 0C was initiated by this mechanism to integrate Magi with high psychic potential in order to expand its own computational capacity. Right now, its calculations are severely hindered due to the weakened state of its computational powers. We assume the termination of Procedure 0C contributed to this. Have we tried communicating with it? A great calculator seems indifferent to mortals. It has expressed a lack of desire to interact with us or destroy us. We have studied the noospheric remains of tech priests who dared to reach out to Nolkalov. Their minds containing excerpts from the dictates of Procedure 0C. These traces were brimming with anger. Make contact with Nolkalov, wish to form an alliance with it. My planet and the machine must submit to my will. I authorize the dismantling of this dangerous mechanism. What do my advisors make of this? The great machine spirit that identifies itself as Nolkalov bears potential as a valuable ally, one that would replace the need for navigators compromised of fallible flesh. We must make contact with this holy entity, for to do so is to honor the undersized tenets. The tech priests who had the audacity to disturb Nolkalov would deprive their motive force is a testament to the might of its data voice. I hope the knowledge should create a mediator that could interface with the fearsome machine spirit and ease the burden of its revelations on unprepared minds. A navigator data loom. This abomination makes a mockery of every navigator house's legacy. The very fact of its existence is profoundly sickening and vile. Nolkalov must be destroyed post-haste. Allow me to send word to other navigator houses. They will waste no time in dispatching their forces to destroy this monstrosity. Must submit to my will. Destroy it. Or create your mediator. What is this? Cognizant from EF Ultima Octodecimum. No, we will destroy it. Thank you, Lordship. I shall send servants to Yevsapath at once. The united army of navigators arrived on Kievagama and brought its wrath down upon the powerful data station. Many have perished on its frenzied gaze brimming with warp energy, although their sacrifice saved many lives as the righteous servants of the Omnissiah. Fortunately, the data station has been seized. The battle was brutal, but Nolkalov's unrelenting enemies did not fear death and continued assaulting the binaric monstrosity with all their might until finally it grew silent. The blessed boards were carefully detached from the processing unit, forever ending Nolkalov's contemplations. These ancient cogitation modules will now serve the machine spirit of the Lord Captain's ship. Ooh. We have the big gun. Cannot build anything else here either. Unknown anomaly. Before we do that, attach big gun. So Triumphant Fury is serpent of embossed lines coiled around the barrels of these holy weapons. Complete chronicle of the exploration of the systems called the Lathe Worlds by the servants of the Omnissiah. Broadside macro cannons which fire 5 shots dealing 30 damage per shot, so 150. That is 4 times 27, which is 108, and this is 3 times 33 for 99. So port guns it is. Add to cargo. Unknown anomaly. What do you do? Bit weird that I didn't found that colony ship. The endless canvas of the cosmic void is interrupted by what looks like a bottomless hole. Sight cannot pierce it. No stars, no planets, no cosmic dust. There is only total darkness. The Augur team has failed to glean any information from the anomaly, and under the influence of a mysterious force, the void ship is slowly drawn to the heart of the darkness. The officers on the bridge veritably look up from the cogitators. The machine screens turn on and off chaotically, not obeying any of the operator's commands. The walls of the bridge, the crew's silhouettes, and the ship's holy machines tremble and stretch out before your eyes like rubber bands. Alerts of malfunctioning cogitators and maddened chronographs come in from every deck, as the reports of the indescribable hallucinations gripping the crew. While the tech priests are trying to placate the machine spirits, helmsman Revo reports that the situation is bad. Navigational systems are barely functional, and the invisible force is getting stronger and accelerating. Ceaselessly dragging the vessel into its dark bosom. There is little time. The Lord Captain must decide. Leave the dangerous place or given to the forces to study anomaly from within. Determine if the archives contain data on any such anomalies. Cast fate to the wind and take no action. Yeah, determine, do we have any data? A few operators managed to wring a minute amount of useful information out of the archives. Such anomalies are extremely rare, randomly appearing gravitational wells which connect different points in space. Where such a well leads is impossible to predict. Yeah, use it. Direct the vessel to the center of the anomaly. The closer the vessel gets to the hole, the faster it is pulled in. Thousands of people on every deck are gripped by panic. Their bodies are turning into thin, twisting threads, fraying and tearing into pieces, exposing veins, bones, and internal organs. Falling apart into screws, plates, and bolts, tech priests continue to offer relentless praise to the machine spirits, but the binaric chants melt into endless screams and cries for help. Finally, the void ship jumps into the cosmic tunnel with a tortuous lurch. Adermet 2. Kinda want to play Stellaris again. Have I been here? I have been here. Phlogiston? Promethium. I don't have Extractium. I think I have been. Yeah, I have set up. Former colleague colony greets you with rock silence. It would seem the ship has been deserted in time you've been gone. All the crew is mentally sent down to the last cog. The workers at Sabertus hasty flood the empty decks. Your people will need time to fully dismantle the ship, but until then, this forgotten chunk of metal belongs to the Von Valencia's dynasty. So we, so that was basically like a wormhole? I would like to get back to Mundus Nullius. Where am I? Over here. Right, that shouldn't be too far off. Let's tell you a prophecy. Dargonus. Right, 100 Dreams Crossroad. There's also a rumor here about the Ice World. Unforeseen event. Let's see if we can foresee it. Maybe have 100 dreams. Your crew is treated an amazing sight. The Armory World, which spent decades under layers of tightly packed ice, blooms before them like a carpet of black flowers, revealing hundreds of Imperium supply bases amidst the melting snow broth. They are practically untouched by time. Pillage the world using scouting and assault troops. Report the world to representatives of the Adeptus Minister. Yeah, that sounds more correct. The Imperium will not forget your noble act. They promise to reward your condemnation as soon as passage from the Corona's expanse becomes available. Ooh, weapons. Well, I don't have extractiums. Not exactly sure why we need a mining facility to get weapons out of an armory, but sure. What is this rumor? Beholding the truth. Beholding the truth. A rogue trader failed to uncover traces of human civilization on the frozen planet, despite possessing documents attesting to the fact. Perhaps they're simply not powerful enough. I mean, we basically just did that. Anyway, Mundos Valencius. I will ignore the Dragonos, however, and continue on to Murtus Aces for Wave 6. Alright. Lord Captain, there were 6 bucks for help. Something terrible prowls the planet, searching for a way to wipe out the planet's inhabitants. Victims died in small groups at first, so they dismissed it as simple accidents, poisoning, a crushed transport, a fire. But the death toll has started to rise, and explaining everything as mere coincidence is no longer an option. The enemy appears to be testing out different methods of killing our subjects, like it's looking for the most efficient way to hurt as many of them as possible. At once as possible. Our pick traps sometimes catch sight of a blurry dark shadow walking among the people, but no one has actually seen it with their own eyes. What kind of accidents are happening there? Various sorts of mechanical failures, ventilation systems emitting substances that have no business being there, Auspex registering spikes of radiation, maintenance systems shutting down for no apparent reason. It all resembles extermination experiments, with your servants playing the role of test subject. Right, so we can place everything on high alert. Civilians, sooner or later we will spot it. Send out scouts, we need to find its lair. No one can see it, but snares do not need eyes. Leave some gifts out for our unwanted guests. We need to find its lair. We have the voice of Duvian, right? Whispers behind your back. Malcontent has begun spreading insulting rumors concerning the rogue trader among the aristocracy. Punish 2 random noble families. Deprive the entire colony's aristocracy of their privileges. Spreading northern rumors and they spread. This is with complacency, security, and complacency. Yeah, just take away their privileges. It only takes a few days for the person spreading these rumors to be seized and put to death by their own circle. Just be gone. Right. Then, back to Dargonas, I believe. Or rather, before I do that, I think there were a lot of Drukhari ships in Odenathus here, which precluded me. The crew will receive military gear. Which used to preclude me from doing anything here. But I think my boat should... either they are gone, which is an option. Nope, they're still there. Load Captain Drukhari ships are patrolling the system. The likelihood of slipping past the patrols is close to 0. I do not want to slip by. I will save. And this combat is basically a survival where they come back every few rounds, but or rather they have more and more ships, but at this point I have a lot more armor and a lot better weapons. So I kind of want to see if I can defeat them. Right. I also have a sword class frigate with me, which is already taking heavy damage. Alright, we can... unfortunately not reach that ship... oh wait.
We have a destination.
Gain additional range. Now we can shoot up. Wonderful, wonderful. Then we can drive past you. That's the lance, that's the dorsal lance, which means I first use the lance. And then we drive closer and use these.
Navigate us to the designated coordinates. Finally, some real action.
That's what I mean with they just respawn all the time. Maximum overdrive is increased by 2 and its maneuverability is increased by 1. The bonus damage until end of combat duration plus 1 round for every 10 points in the Master of Maneuvers athletic skill. New heading. Corpus Cari chant. Each turn the most damage sector of the flagship shield restores up to 50% of its strength. I do like that. I'll take that. Activate it. Unfortunately, I can't really shoot them. Unless, new heading.
We have a destination to reach.
Surprise! Unfortunately, we missed.
Deliver their demise.
And blow it up. Which also does a good amount of damage to the other ship. Restore our shields. And now more and more will come in. But yeah, we have a lot more armor now. Torpedoes. Right. Take control of torpedoes. Move here and blow up. Wonderful stuff. New heading. we can use the lance weapons.
Unleash the power of our lance batteries.
Fortunately, not quite as good as I'd hoped. But as of yet, no damage.
Full ahead.
It is the Emperor's will for us to crush them.
More and more. But I think at some point they'll run out. I hope at some point they'll run out.
Show them the fury of our macro cannons.
Is that voice line new? I've never heard that before. Unfortunately, not quite in range there.
We have a destination to reach.
I hate that they're so fast. Can you stop running around me?
Another victory of two great dynasties, Lord Captain.
Was that all of them? Ooh, they gave me Starbreaker Lancer, God's Bane Lance weapon. That's a is that a dorsal one? Because I don't have a Starbreaker on my front. It is a dorsal one, and it's better. Actually, is it better? Medium range, medium range. Yep, it is better. 2 cargo, 2 cargo. Don't need to repair. Make the hull better. Also like the ram. And that has immediately cleared the entire area. Lovely. So I can finally check out what's with this part, what's with this here. Don't need the flame. That's a lot of weapons though. Don't have extractiums for that. Begin a scan. Ooh, architect mechanism fragment. Don't I have a lot of those already? Showing the way. Yeah, I have a few of them. Survivor's Revenge. Right, the Blood Ties, Mundus Valancius, and this is Marctus Mundus. Legion's powers, meet with the Lord Inquisitor, right. Showing the way. Boo Row 79 managed to discover several ancient Imperial ships and destroy the Architect Compass mechanism, pointing to the location of the fleet's marshal. The Moo Row 79 system. Wonderful. So we can visit that as well. Plus steel. Kinda need more chemicals. Nothing. I'm honestly quite surprised that you cannot open more colonies. Well, you probably need a few thousand people for that. Curse the Mesner, that's an orchid. Right, back to here. Heavenly Chariot. I'm gonna look at that. Stupid fly. Schedule service and channel ships channel. Yeah, that's fine. So we have Hulk. We have been here. Strange vessel enveloped in a pale orchid mist sails past the stained glass windows of the captain's bridge. A familiar coat of arms appears on its thoroughly dented, ragged hull, the house von Valenci's coat of arms. The Yaga crew reports that this is the Lightseeker, an expedition voyage ship tasked with exploring the planets of the Kurrah's expanse. This vessel disappeared without a trace over 600 years ago. The telemetry shows that the decks are empty and devoid of life with no crew detected. The sight of the ancient voyage ships causes a throbbing headache and an inexplicable disgust. Where did it vanish for all centuries and how did it end up here? The worried whispers of the crew are silenced by an urgent alert. The ship is rapidly changing course. While closely watching the Lightseeker's maneuvers, your sanity becomes certain. The vessel is preparing to attack. Avalanche has heard a lot about bountiful words discovered by the voyage ship's crew, but he doubts the same brave voyagemen are at the helm now. Whatever dark powers are controlling the vessel, one thing is clear. It's a threat. The rogue trader needs to engage the unknown enemy and recapture the property of the von Valencia's dynasty. The Voxmaster reports that the elders of her clan told her tales about the Lightseeker. This legendary void ship has discovered plenty of bountiful words, but the most profitable extractiums were later installed. This vessel brought countless riches to the von Valencia's protectorate in the past, but its sudden reappearance after 600 years of oblivion seems wrong and dangerous. The High Factotum, General Stonerock, confirms that the Lightseeker is still a part of the von Valencia's fleet. In other circumstances, the Factotum would have insisted on reclaiming the property of the protectorate, but who knows what had happened to the vessel during the centuries it was lost. The dark powers of the cosmos, or even the warp itself, could have corrupted the void ship. Yes. Take up advantage position and engage. I don't think talking to the demons would be that useful.
I lift up my voice in prayer for this vessel
Where
and its
is it?
hallowed guns.
It's down here. Can I ram you? No. You are too far away for that. I hate that. Right. Lance.
Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates.
Mostly blocked by the shields. Turn it around. Have those, and then our shields on the port side, I think. It restarted shields. Pyrokinetic madness. Oh, we're burning. It summoned warp storms. Or they just happened, that's also option.
Duty and vigilance always prevail.
I hate that the fire dealt damage that I could not prevent. Unforeseen event. What happens here? The golden forest of Ember World look enchanting, even from orbit. Leave the world alone. Nothing happened. Okay. Not that unforeseen, it's just a beautiful planet. That happens most of the time. Actually, not all of the time. Not that often, actually. Let's check a last chance of Cyrene. Right, there was the Xeno artifact. I think it's a webway portal. Lookout bridge, the object is dead ahead. Bridge, copy that. A report relayed to officer on duty and pilots. Voxmaster on the line, I'm adding the pilot, senior officer and the Lord Captain to this channel. Your Lordship, the Xeno artifact is directly ahead. What are your orders? Any changes to the construct? Requesting audio relay data, awaiting response. Negative, Lord Captain. No changes detected within the construct. What are your orders? Right. Do my officers have anything to say? Officer station. Van Carlox here. What we see before us is a webway gate. An artifact that Xenos used to get their sorcerer's realm, so to speak. It allows Eldari to get around the sector quickly and serves as a hideout for the most unpleasant trap, the Drukhari, whom we have already met. We're changing. Okay, I can still not destroy that. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I'll ever have the equipment to destroy a webway portal. Make this one a bit safer. Travel the Lepidus Mortium. There was a commotion at Lodax. Yep. Chart new routes. I doubt we find any other routes. Yeah, no. Lepidus Mortus. Enemies of humanity. That does look like Eldari. Ships. Plus steel. There's a Hulk. Go kill the enemies of humanity. Oh, that's groups of ships. That's 4. And they have torpedoes. And a big ship. That's not great. New heading. Shoot
Set
them.
course with all haste.
Shoot them again. Then the torpedoes down
Rain
here.
destruction upon our enemies.
They do not have void shields, if I see that correctly. I have a feeling I might want to use the Empyrean Storm here. Then move to there.
Full speed ahead.
Can't really do anything with the starboard guns. I don't think I've shot this one in the acceleration phase, so that's not gonna happen. Reactivate the shields and give me some defense at the 4. I do not like them being this close to me.
We broke their shield, Lord Captain.
No, we didn't. They broke ours. Empyrean Storm. I hate that the word powers can fucking miss. Get rid of those torpedoes. I think shields on the port side. And then I don't really have any other weapons anyway. Actually, I can still move. And shoot you. Or I can make my range a bit bigger.
Navigate us to the designated coordinates.
And shoot the big ship.
No escape pods detected. No emergency beacon detected. No survivors detected.
Can you stop with these stupid torpedoes? Crush this ship. Port on these
Unleash
torpedoes.
a barrage of destruction.
Then starboard on these torpedoes. Set
Lock
out
on
my
and
own
launch.
torpedoes. Dorsal on here. Empyrean Storm.
Deliver their demise.
Over here, reload. Oh, it also reloads it reloads everything? I thought it only reloaded macro cannons. Huh, which were fired during the acceleration phase. Yeah, okay, that's good to know. That one blew up. That got us some damage on this one. Which, unfortunately, did not also blow up.
notch on the macro cannon.
Do you... Oh, that's just torpedoes. Right, blow up this ship. Blow up this ship. And then that should be it. We now just wait for the torpedoes to despawn.
We have purified the battlefield of the
Solar
enemy's
cells,
fleet.
Wraithbone fragments. Nothing too exciting. Repair. Can't level up yet. That's a shitted word with plus steel. Right. That reminds me, I wanted to check if I can get extra extractiums. Adamantine, well, MD2. I have a lot of that now, actually. More plus steel. A Hulk. Excuse me. A vigilant member of the Orca crew has detected a small Xenos vessel drifting through the void. The ship is unpowered and shows no signs of being crewed. Send out a boarding shuttle. The squad boarded the vessel without issue. Corrosion has laid waste to the ship's system, which led to the death of the entire crew. The area is full of Eldari corpses. No weapons are found on board, and the dead Xenos, judging by the clothing, were not part of any warrior-cased melee crew of the now-defunct ship. Huh. Apparently we already did that once. But I'm pretty sure I'm here in the first time in the system. Charred ruins have been detected on the planet's surface. The architecture, building materials, layout, and passages betray the Xenos origin. There are currently no signs of Xeno activity on the planet. The ruin seems to be abandoned. Run a detailed scan. The burnt husk of an Imperial shuttle has been found in the heart of the ruins. The pilot remains badly damaged. It would seem the shuttle smashed into the building at full speed, causing the fire to destroy it. Sister Agenta believes the crew has found the remains of a martyr who sacrificed themselves to protect humanity from the Xenos threat. She proposes to erect the monument and hold a service in their honor. The captain noticed that the ruins and crashes are left alone. Remains for any surviving equipment. Yeah. Erect a monument. Hundreds of crew members disembark to honor the nameless hero, while many more remain on board to listen to Voxcast of the liturgy in the somber gloom of the decks. Even though the pilot's name is unknown, their sacrifice will be remembered in the hearts of the Imperium's true children. Wonderful. We do not know who he is. We do not know if he just wanted to smuggle shit there. But at least now he's a hero. Right. Alright. I never noticed this. Oh well. Make this unsafe. Move over here. Then this is a room of Heavenly Chariot. I will travel to Mundus Valancius. Yeah, give them Blessed Holy Gifts. Mundus Valancius and check Dargonus, where we still have a quest anyway. Middle of a warp jumper senses detect an approaching void ship, similar in size but greater tonnage. The unidentified vessel did not respond to our hence kept its course approaching us at high speed. Fire upon the unidentified vessel. The shell of the target, the unidentified void ship, held its course for a moment longer, and then it vanished, leaving only flashes and light in its wake. A single projectile is not enough to destroy a ship of that size. Our ship collided with no debris. Right, Mundus Valancius. He is an auger. I just realized that. We still have a colony event, and then we have the quest with Abelard, I believe. Dargonus cries for help, Lord Captain. Riots over the interpretation of scripture have broken out in several hives across the world. While hunting for the agents of the Cult of the Final Dawn, the ecclesiarchy began reigning in the minor cults, attempting to force upon them the correct adherence to the creed. The commoners whisper of oppression of the minor cults, even daring to claim that the holy pastors have assumed the sole right to speak for the God Emperor. Many of the disgruntled flee to the ruins of the Scipione hive, since the Foreman Khan has promised protection and support. It is even said that the foremen supply the rebels with weapons covered from industry and equipment in case of large-scale clashes. The enforcers and the agents of the ecclesiarchy have been able to curb the rebels so far, but division grows wider by the day. Why are the foremen involved in this as well? A great question, though, Captain. This group often comes up in the reports from the capital world. I consider that this is due to the fact that in their now ruined home, Scipione, they used to have a prevalent, more simplistic form of revering the Emperor. The preachers there have been preaching much about the importance of work at the labor community's familial unity, but they mention very little about the importance of order and hierarchy. They have granted the congregation a form of faith that is as simple, cheap, convenient, and functional as the work clothes, and now they seem to think that the priests who are swimming in luxury want to take this away from them. Is there any reason to believe that the servants are inspired by heretics? A great question, Lord Captain. This group... Oh wait, that's the same. Wrong button. Thankfully, no, Your Lordship. The rebels zealously oppose heresy, fill the ranks of Planetary with new recruits, regularly outperform quotas, and attend prayer service. The Foreman clan has been actively involved in uncovering the underground devotees of the ruinous powers and has discovered two large, successfully operating cells. Our agents are quite confident that the likelihood of infiltration by agents from the Cult of the Final Dawn is far lower than in other segments of the population. Yeah, okay, support or the ecclesiarchy corrupted. What do the advisors have to say? Small deviances in the creed give birth to large ones, and the large ones to heresy. The basis of our beliefs lies in the absolute trust of those above us, and if the beliefs push them toward revolt, that means that these tenants have been wicked from the very beginning. But it does not make the priests wicked. They could simply have been misguided. Pass them into the ecclesiarchy's care for re-education, so that they may see the truth and guarantee the flock's obedience. Yes. Have them be re-educated. That sounds good. Good. The hostages will keep the flock from making rash decisions. The enforcers firmly dispersed the crowd with shock batons and choke gas. They burst into the chapels of the condemned cults, beat the acolytes, smashed any sacred symbols deemed unorthodox, and smothered the dangerous embers of spiritual disunion looming over the planet. The relics that were not on the front to the God Emperor were confiscated. The disobedient pastors were shackled and brought into sanctuaries of the ecclesiarch to learn the true meaning of the creed through humility and obedience. The flock, intimidated by unspoken threats of violent reprisals against the spiritual leaders, have since calmed down. Yeah, that's also a way to do it. Scholar Progenium. Build it. The Militia Navy. Book of Mana Prayers. Where cannot use psychic or navigator powers. The bearer suffers minus low Imperium % less warp damage. Wearer gains low Imperium chance to ignore any effect inflicted by psychic or navigator powers. Kinda neat. And then, I think we have a quest here. Why are we paused? Why do we again only have 3 people equipped? Or chosen? Why are we so far back? Event? Why is the scholars back? And it's leaving me again. 2 of them at this point. Did it multiply? I don't see anything happening, so I'm gonna skip. Apparently I was supposed to move up. You're confronted by the sight of dead bodies at the entrance to the palace. The corpses have been hauled into pile, some dressed in the uniforms of palace wardens, while others are arrayed in the clothing typical of the Dargona's nobility. Upon seeing you, the young enforcer stands at attention and swallows noisily. His voice trembles. He says, "Your lordship, we are not by your present." What is this mess? Wait, examine the assailants. Observation. There are rare, high-functioning servitor specimens present among the expired units. Such specimens are traditionally bestowed upon the noble houses that are most loyal to the sacred fellowship of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The aromatics of the deceased do differ from the implants ordinary people wear. Their intricate construction makes it clear that the deceased were not ordinary humans. As far as I know, the House of Gaprak has received such services from the Crimson Priesthood as gifts in the past, although this is my first time seeing one myself. What is this mess? You see, your lordship, these people wanted to attack the one Queza's throat. Second Lieutenant of the Palace Guard Alam Waite reporting. Shortly before you arrived, we averted an assassination attempt on the rogue trader. The palace soldiers detected intruders and engaged them in combat. Why is the governor here to greet the rogue trader? I do not know, your lordship. Perhaps he's... you can probably find him in the throne room where the governor intends to put House Verserian on trial. Right, where's the court chancellor, Clementia Verserian? I think she's with the rest of House Verserian, detained in the throne room, that is. Governor Draftsam has gathered all of the Guinness ability there to pronounce the guilty verdict against the House Verserian. Why does he think he has the right to do that? There's a crumpled up letter in the inside pocket of a sailor's blood-soaked jacket. Do we get that letter? There, bloodstained letter. There is sacred blood. Only portion of the text is readable through the crimson blotches. Evil and discreet, keep away from lords and ladies. You must look like a noble to the servants and wardens. Do not engage in conversation with anyone. Your task is to avoid exposing yourself ahead of time. Let the Verserians get away while the wardens are busy guarding the rogue trader. Right. So the quest is the Bloodhouse. In order to assess, as the Verserian stands accused of treason. On behalf of his family, Blood has asked the rogue trader to intervene in this matter in hopes that the truth may be revealed, whatever it turns out to be. I don't want to expense the chemicals there. Why is there dust in the air?
Extermination of the Xenos on Temer was a duty the rogue trader fulfilled with honor. The ranks of humanity's enemies are thinning. Glad tidings.
I hope the other Imperium forces in the Expanse will take note and continue in this vein. We must put a stop to all the foulness currently roaming the Imperium's domain without license or oversight.
Right, first off, go to my office. Not really a lot to do here.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
And then, yeah, they will not stop me from getting into the throne room. Let me through, I have an appointment with Chancellor Clementia Verserian. Don't think they care. My apologies, my lord, but you cannot go any further. Governor Dreyfus's orders. It's ridiculous. I shall complain. You're already doing that. Move over, let his lordship the rogue trader through. I do love how the rogue trader is treated in stages. Your lordship, 'tis an honor. Governor Urban Dreftsam seems to materialize out of thin air, so suddenly does he emerge from the crowd. I regret that such unfortunate circumstance have occasioned the rogue trader's visit to the capital. Clementia tries to take a step toward you, but the wooden anyway stops her. Face is veiled with fear and weariness. Your lordship, you're here. Please, you must hear us out. The rogue traders are not only here to listen to the testimony of each and every one of us, and to punish the traitors. The governor's words, directed at Clementia, are harsh. They are echoed by the scornful sneers and whispers of the assembled nobles. We have known each other for many decades now, and we have had our fair share of disagreements, but do you really think my flesh and blood would trample upon the very definition of honor and loyalty? The governor sweeps his gaze over our lord, then replies, a faint shadow of doubt in his voice. We have evidence implicating him, my lord. I'm sure that his lordship will arrive at a fair ruling. Right, what are the charges against House Verserian? Disruption of logistical lines, bribery of deputies administrative officials, document forgery, and organization of heretical insurrections. On top of the evidently devastating economic impact this has had on your protectorate, these criminal acts have impeded the delivery of the imperial tithe, which, in turn, has drawn the administratum's attention. An esteemed member of the Adeptus Arbites is expected to arrive on the Dragonus shortly, and before they do, we are obligated to identify and punish those responsible. Right, what had happened on Dragonus in my absence? When we caught wind of the rumors of your disappearance, we patiently awaited news of your return, but then Dragonus was struck by a series of terrible events. The first was the sabotage of logistics that hampered shipment. Then mass unrest spread across the entire planet, and the minor noble houses began squabbling among themselves, trying to pin the blame on their rivals. We took great pains to calm them down and managed to quash the revolt, though not without some outside help, unfortunately. These events have also been overshadowed by the, I'm ashamed to even say it out loud in front of you, Lordship, the rumors circulating among the higher houses. The governor stammers, then takes a deep breath. Some were calling for Theodorus true heir to be installed as head of your house. Contradictory. Not all of your subjects have forgotten his past effort for the benefit of the trade protectorate. When the investigation was launched, the evidence led us to the Versarians. Why are the dead bodies on the entrance of my palace? Your Lordship, I humbly beg your pardon. You see, right before your arrival, the palace guard discovered a plot to assassinate you. Fortunately, malefactors were disposed of before they could cause you any harm. Right, I wish to hear your account. Your Lordship, House Viserion denies all charges laid against it. These last few months have indeed been trying for the governors, but we have done our best to remedy this situation. My family's every effort was focused on stabilizing the capital's logistics and economy, so much so that we failed to notice the web of intrigue unfolding behind our back. Drivestem, you're accusing one of the governors leading the whole House of Cheese without airtight evidence, are you? Of course I have evidence, your lordship. The investigation has established that members of the Viserion family, which is responsible for both the governor's fleet and its logistics, used their contacts and influence to forge a host of documents in order to undermine the planet's supply routes and economy, thus fomenting unrest among the inhabitants. Allow me to introduce my son, Cornelius. The governor points to the lanky young man standing beside him. He bows curtly but avoids meeting eye. Cornelius holds a prestigious position at the Stratum Palace, and it is thanks to him that we managed to identify and trace the entire chain of forged documents. The investigation led us to the perpetrators, who admitted to acting on the orders of members of House Viserion. It was they who were intent on spreading the idea of restoring the title of rogue trader to the true heir. This young man is shrouded in a mist of grey and blue, sickly shadows of fear fluttering around him. Guess he speaks according only you can know. Do you support the governor's accusations? The aristocrats and attendants exchange glances. The noble lords avoiding the gaze, and the noble ladies hiding behind the fence. No one is willing to be the first to answer. Of course not. Sauerbach, over his many years of service, Governor Drivestem and Theodore trust, and he holds his high office for a reason. On behalf of House Sauerbach, I support his accusations. Your Lordship, Governor Drivestem has always faithfully served the rogue traders of House von Valancius and concerned himself with the future of your trade dynasty, and so House Gaprak thinks his charges against House Viserion to be sound. I humbly ask you to allow me to speak in defense of my family's honor. The evidence provided by the government is utterly false. I cannot refute it, but I can say with confidence that no one from my family has ever tried to forge documents in the Adeptus Administratum, let alone undermine the economy of your capital. Your words alone are not enough to make me doubt the loyalty of the House Viserion. Sorok Trader, I order you to release them from custody at once. Right, first I need the case appears to be flimsy. I wish to learn more before I make my final decision. As you wish, your lordship. Speak to me when you're ready to announce your verdict. Thank you for your willingness to help, Lord Captain. I'm certain that all the charges are false, and I would be grateful for your help in exposing them as such. I think you should speak to everyone present, noble lords and ladies. A mystery. In this case, it at least makes a little bit more sense. Augurate Tech Priest. Data extraction from memory repository of the server will take 3 standard turn cycles. The data coding will take 30 standard turn cycles. So they are taking those apart. Vincent Gaprak, Tarina Gaprak, Gaprak aristocrats. They have a large family. The lords and ladies sumptuously dressed in the colors of House Gaprak are standing in a half circle around Toriana and her son Vincent. Vincent? The bodies and faces of almost every member of this dynasty are covered in large ornate augmetics. Toriana Gaprak curtsies to you, her mechanical voice sounds distant and indifferent. Greetings, your lordship. May the Omnissiah grant you understanding. With a click, her visor oculus served to the seneschal. Abelard, it must be difficult for you to be here in these circumstances, with your house standing accused of such a grave crime. My family, Lady Toriana, is yet to be found guilty of anything. That verdict is for the rogue trader to reach. Do you think the accusations against the Viserion family are true? I would not take such responsibility upon myself and rule on their guilt, your lordship. I do think Governor Drivestem's accusations are worthy of consideration, however. In your opinion, which nobles might have a reason to be party of such conspiracy? Pardon my bluntness, your lordship, but I will answer truthfully. It could be anyone. Greed, fear, and ideals can drive even the most loyal subjects to do the unthinkable. I have examined the bodies of the assailants that were killed today. All of them were high-functioning servitors. Such servitors are only employed by families close to death as mechanicus, isn't that so? It is impossible to read Toriana's emotions in a heavily augmented face, but her sudden turn toward her family betrays her confusion and surprise. Perplexed whispers bounce from one family to another. Impossible! We came here by ourselves without any servitors. We know nothing about it. Your Lordship, thank you for informing us of this. You're absolutely right. My house has indeed been endowed with high-functioning servitors, a blessing for those who revere the Omnissiah, but today none of our house members were accompanied by them. Found us known the bodies of one of the attackers. What are your thoughts on it? Officially, high-functioning servitors are employed by my house and my house alone. If such units were to attack the rogue traders, suspicion would instantly fall upon the Geprax. I assumed that this is what the Viserians intended to happen, but they did not expect that the servitors would have this letter on them. But I like how she immediately goes, yes, they faked the servitors instead of someone faked a letter. Sauerback. Before bowing, Sauerback scrutinized you with a bit of judgmental look, your lordship. Hector Sauerback, looking like a younger copy of his father, stands at a slight distance close to his mother. An expensive yet understated dress serves to highlight the dazzling beauty of Macari's wife, Regina Sauerback. Can I not talk with him? Led by Macarius, all by striking resemblance to one another. With their slender belts and stand looks, they bow to you almost in unison. Do you believe the Viserians are guilty? Certainly. Governor Royston possesses proof of their guilt, and they have no means by which to refute it. Even if I were to entertain the idea that the Viserians are being framed, how much longer would their house have lasted anyway if it is so ill prepared for treachery? My advice to House Viserian would be not to appeal to the rogue trader for hope, but instead simply stop, accept their fate, and not make matters worse for themselves. I cannot remember Liam von Valencia seeking advice on what House Viserian should do in this situation. Pay attention, Macarius. Focus on the rogue trader's questions. Who apart from the Viserians could have motive to conspire against me? House Drivestum, wishing to expand their clout. House Kaprak, who lost the influence of the Kiev Gamma incident. House Sauerback, whose patriarch is too direct in his communication with the rogue trader. Anyone could have true reason to conspire against you, and equally they could have none. It is not a question of motive, but of loyalty. Each of your subjects has sworn an oath of loyalty to you, so whose sincerity do you doubt? The assailants sent to the Pawns were rare, high-function servitors. Do you think the Kudabraks could be behind the attack? I've always thought Toriana too weak to participate in such risky ventures. It seems I was wrong about her. So they're all just the drive stems over there. And then... can I not talk? They're the Viserians.
Know your duty.
Yes, I would like to. As you close to the wood and step aside, bowing respectfully, allowing you to approach the Viserian family. Clemenza, tired and slightly disheveled, is the first to bow her head to you in deference. Several men and women behind her follow suit. Your Lordship, the woman who stammers as lost words, I accept my most humble apologies for failing to greet you properly, and my thanks for agreeing to speak to me before making your final decision. The charges brought by the governor were severe, but I can only assure you of this and swear on my own honor. We are not guilty of the crimes that House Viserian is being accused of. Clementia, hint of sorrow creeps into Albert's wolves belaying his stone-faced side. You were acting head of this family. You were supposed to take care of each and every family member. Now you are being accused of treason and collusion against the rogue trader, and the entire family is facing death. How could you let this happen? Right, are you truly guilty? Be honest, I will not tolerate lies. If you know that a member of your family is guilty of the crimes you're being accused of, Abelard, it is your family too, you know. My apologies, I should not lose my composure. No member of House Viserian is involved in a conspiracy against his lordship. Honor and loyalty are not something we take lightly, and we know whom we serve. The governor claims you forged documents at the Administratum. The fleet is the primary remit of House Viserian. It is our responsibility. Logistics and supply routes are another area of our responsibility. We have no direct influence on the inner workings of the Adaptus Administratum. The first large-scale deliveries were cancelled if the quantities of foods were miscalculated by clerks in the Administratum. Then we were faced with incorrect weather data and a meager fuel budget. It was clear that the cause of all these problems was the calculations performed in the Administratum in one way or another. But no matter how many times we asked, we could not ever obtain any clarification on the matter. I found this letter on one of the bodies of the heretics who planned the attack. What can you tell me about it? While Clementia reads the letter, the Viserians behind her read it over her shoulder. Your lordship, let us be frank, it would be foolish of me to try and orchestrate something like this. Knowing how many wardens are patrolling your palace, I would not have let myself or anyone in my family get involved in such a scheme. The attackers were high-functioning servitors, ones that look closer to ordinary humans. Do you know anything about them? Servitors, said Sir. Clemency crosses our arms and fears aroused deeper thought. I've encountered servitors that were indistinguishable from normal augmented humans, but only once. They were accompanying several members of House Gaprak. If you're not guilty, who is? Who stands to gain from framing you? Literally everyone. Anyone, really. The other house is considered as unworthy of our position, and many would jump at the chance to get rid of us and control of what once was our domain. The plan's fate and logistics, at the very least. Lady Theodora chose to grant noble status to House Viserion, but the other houses, which have served in the expanse for millennia, did not welcome the decision. It has led to some difficulties. Alright, I want to find out what's going on here and who's the real mastermind behind this. Where should I start? I'm afraid I cannot be of much help. Talk to the representatives of other houses, eavesdrop on the retinue, and perhaps you will have something unusual. Wait, I can eavesdrop? Eavesdropping would actually be kind of cool. And then the attackers started to put it in far when you end up with people at the one will be interested to read it.
We shall reclaim what
The
is
drive stem
rightfully
aristocrats. Holds his high office for a reason. His loyalty and service to the direct right beyond doubt. The true area of the very sign of taking things so far is like the little bit of mentioning. Grubby plot soak. Governor Urban Drivestem. Governor Drivestem is surrounded by his retinue who are all dressed in expensive gowns and finery. The matching color scheme of their outfits and the striking physical resemblance among them suggests that they all come from one family. Your lordship, thank you for giving this case your undivided attention. The governor bows and the rest hasten to follow suit. What do you make of this letter? I found it in one of the assailants. It looks like another piece of evidence incriminating House Viserion. Perhaps they truly did intend to kill you, at least cause a stir to help them escape custody during the confusion that followed. All of the assailants were high-functioning servitors. Such servitors are only employed by families close to the Adeptus Mechanicus. High-functioning servitors? Such servitors are indeed rare, and the Gepraks do have them in their service, but this could have been done intentionally with an eye to confusing you. Anyone with a desire and sufficient funds can hire them. Tell me more about your son, Drivestem. Thank you for your interest, your lordship, but I'm not worthy of it. The governor's bows some bows and stands still as he knows he stands down at the floor. Son, show due respect. Forgive him, your lordship. It's the first time he has had the honor of attracting the attention of the rogue trader. Heinrich narrows his eyes and glancing you shakes his head. Tell me what about your job? What do you do? I manage documents and records related to the economy of Dargonus. You probably know how scrupulous the workers of the Adeptus Ministratum are. I am afraid that a more detailed explanation of my duties would mirror the administrative process of the Administratum. Too long and overly detailed. But it tries to look you in the eye, but it's clearly hard for him to do. Right. How do you manage to find the forged documents of the bureaucratic hell that is the Administratum? When compiling reports on last sector's supply chain, I noticed inaccuracies and discrepancies in the figures. With the help of the other clerks, I managed to find several other documents. Comprehensive data analysis has shown that the discrepancies were caused by intentional tampering with the data, thus leading to some logistical problems that were practically insolvable. Father and I have managed to single out the administratum clerks responsible for tampering with the data. Following a heated interrogation, they confessed that they were following the orders of someone from House Viserion. Everything was supposed to look as though they were the ones suffering losses from logistical and economic problems. But does House Viserion have access to the Adeptus Ministratum? There is no conceivable way they could all do all of this in a place where they do not hold any power. I think the right amount of money can open any door. What is the true reason for your nervousness? It's the first time I've spoken face to face with the rogue trader. I'm afraid of saying something wrong or forgetting something important. Do you wish to look up anything else? Are you afraid to talk to me? Perhaps you would be more comfortable speaking to an interrogator of the Inquisition. It would be my pleasure to speak to the esteemed Cornelius Drivestem, in private for his father's peace of mind. No, please not that. Yes, I have something to say that I omitted before. This lie has gone too far and I can no longer control it. The truth is that all of the logistical problems were caused by single errors in the numbers. My mistake— What? Urban looks genuinely shocked and enraged. When I discovered my mistake, it was almost impossible to restore the supply lines. Then I was approached by someone who said they were a friend. They did not give me the name, and I never saw their face. They promised to fix the problem. All I had to do was pretend that the Viserians were responsible for the mistake. As for the rest of the evidence, they promised to arrange it all, and... What have you done? How could you, Your Lordship? This is my fault. I trusted my son. I failed you in doing so. I beg you have mercy. And you called my family's honor into question, Urban. Nevertheless, I harbor no desire to kick a man when he is down. Lord Captain, the confession you have obtained means that House Verserian can now be cleared of all charges. But we still do not know who was behind the forgeries, the riots, the plot, and the assassination attempt. Someone is committing the foul deeds and sowing chaos right under his subjects' noses. To leave that stone unturned would be dangerous. What is this friend that approached you, Cornelius? How did the two of you communicate? By letter. I received a letter out of the blue one day. It was unsigned, but the person writing already knew about my erroneous calculations. They offered to help me cover up my misdeed, and in return I would name the Viserians as the ones who sabotaged the supply lines. All I had to do was gather together some documents and reports that were listed in one of the letters. Then keep my mouth shut. Yes, I hereby sentence you to death immediately. Sword. Gilliman stares at the lifeless body of his son for some time, barely moving a muscle. With trembling lips, he suddenly speaks in a surprisingly firm voice. Thank you, Your Lordship. It's a disgrace to my family. I hope I can atone for it. Right, summon everyone. I'm ready to pronounce my verdict. Understood, Your Lordship. Allow me to prepare everything. I'm pretty sure they all saw me just execute a man. Many folks are watching you, each and every one awaiting the rogue trader's verdict with bated breath. The charges brought by the governor drives them were fabricated. House Viserion had nothing to do with the orchestration of the riots or the plot targeting the rogue trader, yet this matter is far from concluded. A wave of shocked murmuring sweeps through the nobles, then quickly gives way to the oppressive silence. House Sauerbeck guilty. The head of your family has never tried to hide his attitude toward me. This is more than enough to convict him. You have lost my trust since the incident on Kievagama. That is correct, actually. House drives him guilty. You shall not forgive the negligence or false accusations you cast against House Viserion. House Gaprak. A shiver ripples through Toriana's body and she looks on the verge of fainting, but manages to stay on her feet. The aromatics on her face emit an unpleasant click before she starts talking. As you wish, Your Lordship. House Gaprak has been loyal to you in life and will remain loyal in death. Shadow falls across Owlet's face. His tone is unwavering, but you hear the soft single ring of regret. The noble dynasty and all its branches have been found guilty of heresy. By the order of the rogue trader, the entire house will be executed. The sentence is to be carried out immediately. Damn. I don't know if that was the correct choice, but yes. Their governor has allowed heresy to take place, and the servitors could have been placed there by somebody else, but I don't know. The Adeptus Mechanicus, I feel, probably would be against that. Body of the road trader, the members of House Capraca sentenced death for heresy and crimes against the Von Valencia's trade dynasty. Everybody's happy. Everybody loves a good public execution. It's the first time I've actually seen the Wardens use chainswords. Normally they use their las guns. Wonderful. Because honestly, here's the thing. The other two, Drivestem was, well, he was surprised. And the one who was responsible has died. I do not trust Gaprak at once. And Sauerbeck, here's the thing. At least he's honest. Sure, he could still be scheming, but he seems honest. When the nobles dispersed, skated by the bloody performance, Abelard approached you his steps firm. Lord Captain, you have my thanks. Rogue traders should not waste time on the matters that the service the trustees can resolve, but in this case your intervention was necessary. Not just for the sake of my family, but for your trade dynasty as well. There is no doubt that the cracks were involved in the plot targeting you because of the servitors. No, I accused and executed him. There is doubt, but he had the most links. I hope the death will end the spread of pestilential heresy among the nobles in your dominion. Thanks to you, Lord Captain, House Assyrian is saved, although it came close to being wiped out as a result of scheming without any imprudence without an imprudence within. Sometimes I think about how much I could teach them. Consider that they survive in the future without me. What are you going to do now? I need time to reflect upon what happened and the role I played in it. I think I will be ready to resume this conversation later when we are back on board the ship. I do not like... okay. I think they still do not talk in the palace. Which is honestly kinda sad. But then again, the ship is the main area, I think. Also, fun fact, they have added, or I have last overlooked it, this little area where you can just immediately return to the ship. I don't know if they added it and if I'm just an idiot and didn't notice that for the first like 6 times I've been here. Alright, to the bridge. I want to talk with Factotum, with the High Factotum, generic something. And I'm gonna have to talk with Abelard. And then I think I'm gonna stop. Because I need to organize some food. I've total generous Denrock. Shipping of transportation of some goods. Explorators are at max. Select tradable. Scrap containers, I'll take this. And an R50 Auspex multi-band. 98% hit chance and 5% critical hit chance. It's a lot more normal hit chance. Right, I got up because of the sky thing. Solar Star, Forge World Origin, Commander's Visor. What does this do? An effect of the wearer's break the ranks ability plus 1 bonus deflection for each enemy adjacent. The Architect Compass. The Rejector Flash Skitari Ranger Armor. Base armor protectors divided by 10 will probably -2 to reload cost. Ooh! Holy power armor. Adept as a studies equipment. Well, fuck. More than or equal to wearer's total wounds divided to 4. This armor unleashes blast of energy dealing from 20 to 25 power damage with armor penetration. It's kinda neat. A studies pattern flamer, which I cannot use. Ancient plasma rifle. Need to remember that ancient means good in this case. Profit value is still... oh. A studies bolter, ghost helm. A portable deflector. Alright, done. Talk with Abelard and see.
Lord Captain, allow me to express my gratitude once again for your assistance. If it weren't for your intervention, my entire family could have been executed on false charges. I could have lost them all. I never imagined the Versarians would be so vulnerable while I serve as seneschal to the Lord Captain himself, far from home. To tell you the truth, Lord Captain, this whole situation has got me thinking. As patriarch of the Versarian family, I have a responsibility to my bloodline. Yes, it is my duty to serve as seneschal to the rogue trader. And I have no intention of relinquishing that role if you find my service as satisfactory as did Lady Theodora. However, if I could be more involved in my family's affairs and still serve the von Valancius dynasty.
Right, tell me, what do you want? Tell me plainly.
Under Lady Theodora, I served as steward of the Trade Protectorate on more than one occasion. In that capacity, I was based on Dargonus, rather than traveling with the rogue trader on the flagship. If it would be possible, after the immediate need for my presence is over, I would like to return to that position. To oversee the Trade Protectorate on the capital world, while at the same time presiding over the Viserion family, and using my authority to help elevate it.
Right. Now, say your desired traditions over must change. I will allow you to return to the Dargonus of the immediate crisis in the Expanse has passed. Which is fine.
Thank you, Lord Captain. Under my watch, the Trade Protectorate will remain safe and prosper, in service to you. Well then, Lord Captain. It is time I return to my... Lord Captain.
Yep, find the culprit has failed because... guess we didn't have enough information. Could have maybe checked a bit more, but it's fine. Right. I think I will stop with that for now. And I hope you'll have a nice week starting tomorrow. I hope you have a nice evening, and I hope you have a good night. And goodbye.